Test. No? Okay.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is October 1st, 2020, and I am super excited to have you with us today. Today, we have a super important topic. Over the years, what I would say has been a plague to Mormons almost everywhere has been what the church has billed as an attempt to help people. So basically, for a long time, the LDS Church, or the Mormon Church, has forbidden masturbation and pornography. And then they, because it has become such a plague in their eyes, they have implemented not only bishops' interviews and worthiness interviews, but then eventually a 12-step program. Sometimes it's called an addiction recovery program, pornography addiction. There are other names for it as well. But consistently over the past 10, 15 years, I have heard that this pornography addiction and recovery program has been responsible for either causing incredible distress for individuals and for marriages, and in some cases has even been a primary cause of divorce, of ruining and ending marriages. And for a long time, I've wanted to cover this topic. I actually put out a call on Facebook recently and had several people email me and tell me their stories. This morning, I've been reviewing these stories, and they're harrowing. But today, we're going to be interviewing a wonderful couple that's willing to do something very vulnerable and courageous, which is to tell us their story of how the LDS Church's pornography addiction program almost ruined their marriage, and how they sort of escaped or recovered or survived that program, and how they became way healthier together after stopping the program. And so that's what we're going to be covering today. We are live streaming to Facebook and to YouTube. So we want to warmly welcome anyone who wants to share your comments or suggestions or feedback or concerns or anything you want to share. We want to invite you to please comment either on YouTube or on Facebook. And then also, if any of you want to be courageous and want to help a lot of people right now, please share this stream on your social media, Instagram, Facebook, wherever, and let people know so they can join us. But we're, without any further ado, we are super excited to have on Mormon Stories Podcast today, Nik and Dawna Berry. Hi, Nik and Donna. Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
Hey, John. Howdy.
This is super courageous to talk openly about things that we have been conditioned to feel so ashamed about for so long.
Absolutely. It has been quite the journey, and I'm all about being authentic and vulnerable. So when I saw your post, I knew we had to do something to help.
Well, yeah. I'm grateful and thrilled, and I know you're going to help a lot of people.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let's begin by having each of you share. So we'll start with you, Donna. Just tell us like a minute of your kind of Mormon background, just so people know kind of your Mormon background. And then Nik, we'll have you go. And then we'll get into the church's teachings and messages around sexuality. But just give us your kind of quick Mormon bio. Is that okay?
Perfect. Yes.
All right, you go first, Donna.
So I am an Allred. That is my maiden name. So I was born and raised in the church, been a member for a long time. And I'm the oldest of four girls. And it was kind of just my job as being the oldest, just to be the example. And so that's what I was. Growing up in the church, I did everything I was told to a T. Always attended. Always went to Mutual, always went to girls' camp. I even went to EFY.
That's where we met.
All 4 years. And so that's just me. Always in the church. Every week, if we didn't go to church, we didn't go to grandma's for dinner. If we didn't go to Mutual, we didn't go out that next weekend. Always going to church.
Okay, so super faithful.
Yes.
Where'd you grow up?
Mesa, Arizona.
Mesa, Arizona. That's kind of like Provo, Arizona. I mean, Gilbert, I'm sure
Yes.
Gilbert and Mesa kind of compete for how Utah-ish they are. Is that right?
Absolutely.
In high school, it kind of became Queen Creek was the new version of that. But yeah, for most of our childhood, and even now still, there's a lot of Mormons that live there, and just
we call it
Yeah.
Mini Provo. That's what we call it.
Yeah. Okay.
can't run a few blocks without seeing a church building.
Right. All right. So Nick, tell us your Mormon background a little bit.
All right. Well, mine was the complete opposite. I didn't really know anything about the church. My mom was an active member, and I am number 2 out of 4. There's my oldest brother, me, and then my sister, and then my 9 years after her baby brother. So the 3 of us, including my little baby brother, I guess, we were all baptized at about 8 or 9. I was baptized, but had no idea what was going on. I just met my uncle at a church building, and he dunked me in some water. And then my dad joined the church around the time my brother was born, when I was 12. And then we became active Mormons and started going to church. And I remember a few instances where I would show up to church. Was mostly just sacrament because my mom had a calling. And the second they were kind of done and my mom said it was okay, I'd promptly turn around and start coloring. Didn't pay attention. So I came in with like a few weeks left of primary and was completely confused, had no idea what was going on. Then, just kind of plunged into this world, and it was definitely a culture shock for me. My brother chose not to be in it at all. My sister is, married and all that. I did the whole thing after that. I did all the callings that you usually do as a young boy. I was a deacon. I don't even remember now. Deacon, teacher, priest, got ready to go on a mission. Actually got sent home about a week into the MTC, came back, and then for about a year and a half, tried to go back out, came home.
And I imagine we'll probably get into that. That probably relates to your story a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, so it sounds like Donna, your upbringing was super Mormon, and Nick, it sounds like you were kind of Mormon on the periphery, but then kind of got more into it as time went on. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. So Nick, let's start with you, and let's try and follow a timeline a little bit. So, in your childhood and adolescence, do you remember messages that you received at church or in your family around, sexuality, around attractions, around even pornography, masturbation? What are your memories, let's just say up until age 15, about that sort of stuff? Or is there any?
Well, nothing really from the church, because I didn't really go to church until I was 12.
Okay.
But from that point, there were some very awkwardly structured messages in some of the Sunday school and the priesthood meetings and stuff like that. But I don't really know what they were necessarily talking about. I was exposed to pornography at a very young age. My dad, not being a member, had some pornography magazines hidden around the house that me and my brother discovered. And so that kind of introduced me. And then we got a computer and, unrestricted internet and friends and, junior high and high school inevitably led to, a lot of interesting websites and stuff. So I had found it. My parents had found me looking at it. And then they had, the talk and explained that, this isn't love and such. And, I knew that. It's pretty obvious that it wasn't. But it became, from that point, a whole thing around just shaming me into this is wrong. Don't even think about it. Don't ever look at it. You're just supposed to suppress these feelings. And even though all my friends in junior high and high school talk about it like it's normal, I was getting a very different message from both sides of the aisle of being in the secular religion, telling that you need to, just rise above this, and that's the natural man. Whereas every other man I saw, this is just a normal part, and they don't really focus on it. But the more it was tried to push down in church, like the harder I had a time really just treating it like it was nothing. It became the whole thing of don't think about an elephant, you think about an elephant. That was their message consistently. And so that really kind of became a weird thing where, it was suppressing just a natural thing at that age.
So at what age did this start to become an issue for you at church?
When I started holding the awkward interviews that they kind of get you ready for the mission and stuff like that, and to start doing the sacrament. So when I became a priest at like 16, the bishop started asking, about my sexual history. And then, for the first time, they really asked me that question. And I told them, outright. And it was a very much of, it wasn't anything of comfort. It was just basically shame combined with the instruction to just have faith, pray, read the scriptures. And I, at times, would just, every time it would happen, I'd just pull out my scripture, just read for hours, just trying to get my thoughts off of it. But I end up reading the same passages over and over. But so trying to suppress it was just, it wasn't working, because it's not natural. So it just forced this weird thing on me in my adolescence.
I'm just reflecting on this idea that you're a 16, 17-year-old boy. And I, for some reason, I think it's worse with women or girls, but the idea of a man sitting you down and sort of auditing your sexual history. Like when I think about Scientology and the audits that they do, for those who have studied Scientology, it's deeply problematic, especially how the Church of Scientology uses information they gather on you to then threaten or extort or punish you later. But I'm stuck just reflecting on how odd and bizarre and weird that is, that a man gets to sit down with you at age 16 or 17 and starts prying into your sexual history. What was that like then? And I mean, can you talk about how you would talk about your sexual history with a grown man as an adolescent?
Awkwardly.
It was extremely awkward. And I didn't even really have that relationship with my own father, and then some random guy that would change positions every now and then. And we moved a few times. So I never really developed a relationship with most of my bishops, other than I would go in their office and confess to, the sexual stuff. And it started to become the normal after a while, which is weird in its sense, in itself. But at the very beginning of it, it was awkward and it was uncomfortable. And it created this whole thing of, I saw him as a representation of, God and Christ, as the speaker for me. And so any sort of sexual arousal, being around girls at school, girlfriends, anything at that point, it started to become, I think you said the term of like religiosity or whatever. Anytime I had an erection, I felt like I was sinning. Even if I wasn't looking at pornography, just the thought of it, I felt like I was breaking the law of chastity. And I started to come to the bishop a lot more often. It created a weird thing for me in my adolescence, where I had a hard time even talking to girls, and I didn't really come out of my shell to where I could start dating and stuff like that until much later in my teens, when most of my friends had already had girlfriends, they already had their first kiss. I had a really hard time just even talking to girls, because I felt like if I got aroused by them, that somehow that would be breaking the law of chastity. And it wasn't really called that, to me. I didn't really get that term until, started going to the temple and stuff. But I felt like I was breaking that rule that God had made for me. And so it was just really hard at all to be normal. And I'm lucky I broke out of my shell when I met her. But before that, like, most of my relationships have only lasted a few weeks, a month at the most, because I was just so awkward. So that,
yeah. We're getting some great comments in, and I'm just going to share a couple. Fred, hey Fred. Fred writes, even worse when that man is just the local car dealership owner. And I think the point Fred's making is these bishops, it's not like they're trained mental health professionals. They're not even trained clergy. They're just thrown into this bishop role. They could be a plumber, they could be a teacher, they could be an accountant, and all of a sudden he's sitting in front of you with no training, talking to you about your private parts and where you touch yourself and who you touch and how. And it's just sometimes you get a compassionate, thoughtful bishop, but sometimes you get a pervert, or sometimes you get someone who's just harsh and super orthodox and mean. And I guess that leads to a second point. I've gotten in trouble before comparing the total aggregate pain between our LGBTQ members of the church. And obviously there's a massive problem with LGBTQ Mormons and the depression and the anxiety and the suicide rate. But there is also a massive, I think this is a problem that's been under discussed and underemphasized, because in the past 5-10 years with Prop 8, with same-sex marriage, with LGBT rights, there's been a deservedly significant conversation about all the pain and suffering caused to LGBTQ people in the world and in the US and in Mormonism. But there is a massive amount of pain and shame and suffering, mental illness, and even suicide over just this very simple thing of just how the church treats masturbation and pornography. And I love it that you talk about how it literally stunted your ability to have normal, healthy, just developmentally appropriate relationships with women, because you're so freaked out about oh my gosh, did I have a bad thought? Did I have an erection? Oh, I think a bad thought. Let me just shut down. I guess it'd be easy to underestimate how profoundly harmful these teachings can be on a developing young boy. Is that fair to say?
Even now, I still have issues with it. Just talking with coworkers and store clerks and stuff like that. Just it still affects me to this day, where I have a hard time just talking with women one-on-one, because there's always that thought of just is someone going to perceive this in the wrong way, or am I sinning? Even though I'm long removed from all of those things that were shaming me, it's just this weird thing that was built into me at such a young age that I have a hard time escaping it. And it's taken a lot of years of just working through it, going to therapy, trying to push myself out of my comfort zone and just get over it. But it still is a very issue.
It's still affecting you now, you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Dennis writes a really important point. He says, at 12 years old, my bishop unwittingly taught me how to masturbate in my first priesthood interview. And this is a theme that we're going to get to, but the church creates this problem by saying that masturbation's evil. And then they say, don't masturbate and don't look at pornography, which you guys have already mentioned. That makes you become aware of pornography and masturbation. And then the combination of making you aware of it and talking about it all the time, with then the making it forbidden, don't go in the closet, don't think of the pink elephant. It actually creates and amplifies the problem that it says it's setting itself up to fight. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It became a perpetual thought of just don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. When, if it wasn't so taboo, it wouldn't have been nearly the issue that it was.
And if they weren't talking about it all the time and obsessing about it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's talk. We'll come to Donna in just one sec. Nik, so talk to us about going up into your interviewing for your mission, and then we'll pause, go to Donna, and then we'll come back to your MTC experience. Anything else you want to share about your upbringing related to Mormonism and sexuality?
Just the fact that I've heard it mentioned before in your podcast of how, you brought it up, but it's definitely a roulette of who you get, because I had bishops who, like you said, were somewhat perverted and how they wanted to know all the details. And it's very uncomfortable talking to them. There were some that were very compassionate, and they're like, it doesn't matter. Just, you need to pray, you need to read, just do the good things, and the bad things will go away, which is not necessarily true, because everywhere else in the war, they're teaching this thing, and in general conferences and in priesthood and stuff like that. So there were some really good bishops, and they were trying not to make it as big of an issue, but everybody else didn't get that message. And then there's the ones that just didn't care. They're just, okay, you did it. All right, don't take sacrament for 2 weeks. And I recently watched the movie John, and it kind of, she hasn't seen it yet, but he goes in there and, he's all proud of himself that he didn't do any masturbation that week. And it was the same, 10 Hail Marys and whatever's. And he's like, it's the same? Well, how is it the same? Sometimes they give me this, I don't know, discipline or punishment, whatever you want to call it, of not taking the sacrament when I felt like I had done better. And I'm like, really? I thought God would want, to me feel better that I was improving. But no, it's just, they didn't care. Just.
What's the movie?
Don John.
Have I seen that?
It's older. It's
just a regular movie?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very interesting movie about pornography and its effect on people.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I haven't heard about it.
I can't remember the name of the actor, but it's
you liked
really,
it though.
Yeah, it really spoke to me. At times I was crying because I felt
wow.
the same pain he was going through.
Wow. Yeah. Another comment from one of our great listeners, viewers. Alyssa writes, not every bishop interview is the same. Some are just as uncomfortable as you are and want to get through it quickly. And then sadly, there are others who pry excessively into your personal sexual life when you're a minor. It's not okay. Thank you for sharing, Alyssa. And yeah, it seems kind of unacceptable that the stakes are so high and the training and the rules and the guidelines are so sparse. There should be a consistent experience. The church should have a training on sexuality, and then everyone should follow it. It shouldn't be that some perverts or mean people or super orthodox people are able to be so mean and inappropriate. So tell us, Nik, just anything. So you talked about the variability and who you saw. Anything else you want to talk about in terms of the preparation for your mission?
I mean, I was doing everything I could to get over this. I decided to follow Moroni's promise, maybe God would, remove this from me, kind of thing. And maybe, through the Spirit, he'd show me how I could do that so I could be a good missionary. Because I really wanted to be the best. I wanted to be what God wanted me to be. It was coming from a very sincere place. And I felt like this thing that was just always infecting my mind was the only thing holding me back. But I got to the point where I went up to a mountain and prayed for 8 hours, just constantly just repeating over and over, please remove this from me, please remove this from me. And in Arizona, that's not a good idea to go on a mountain for 8 hours. I mean, I was pretty cooked, and I unwittingly walked 3 miles to get to this. I mean, you call it a mountain. It was a tall hill, but I almost passed out and died on the way home. I don't really remember how I got home, but
wow.
I was just so desperate. And really all it was just this constant perpetual shame cycle that was just breaking me down and never really building me back up again.
Yeah. We have a comment from a listener. He's calling himself Bishop Smith, and he says bishops are imperfect men who are trying. That's true, Bishop Smith. And I'll just also say that the LDS Church is almost $1 trillion organization at this point. It's a hundreds of billions of dollars organization. It has the money to develop and implement high quality training. It has the money and the ability to train up its bishops and have policies that will prevent this pain and suffering. This stuff has been going on for 50, 100 years, and the amount of pain and suffering that could be prevented by training and better policies is unacceptable at this point, given how incredibly rich, the Mormon Church is richer than God at this point. And so the church can do better. And so it's not good enough, Bishop Smith, just to say that the bishops are imperfect. This is at the feet of the church, and they need to do better with training.
And like I said, there were really good bishops that gave me a pathway to something better than just read prayers, read your scriptures, pray. I was introduced to the church's 12-step program through a bishop, which was a better step than where I was.
And we'll get there.
And we'll talk about that, and which, then led on to the SA programs and stuff like that. And so there were really good bishops, but yeah, they shouldn't really be handling this. They should be, when I started going to therapy, that was the thing that really helped me, is to really dig into what was the cause of this. Cause I had some issues as a child, and just a lot of the sexual shaming that this became a crutch. It became a way for me to kind of just numb myself at a certain point. And it shouldn't have been that way. It really should.
Right. One more comment, and then Donna, I want to jump into your story. My dear friend Allison writes, I had a bishopric member who I remember him going on and on how great his sex life was. That sex was the icing on the cake of marriage. It made me so uncomfortable and made me to feel so small at 13. So Allison's saying, as a 13-year-old girl, she's sitting alone with the Mormon bishop as he goes on and on about how great his sex life is with his wife. So she says, to think of any man talking to one of my daughters about that makes me sick, and it should. Allison, thank you for sharing. You're awesome. And again, Bishop Smith and others, this is the point, is that someone like that should be disciplined, not allowed to continue as a bishop. And it's not okay just to say they're trying their best.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're going to come back to your story, Nik, but Donna, let's get you in here. There are lots of things that come up when I read these narratives, and a lot of it has to do with how sex is taught to females and how messages around body and sexuality to young women is profound. So let's talk about your experience talking about and absorbing messages around sexuality as you grew up a Mormon girl.
Oh man. I've had to go to therapy to help with this, but the messages so damaging. My shoulders, that if I showed my shoulders, that it would give men bad thoughts and that it would be my fault. That the message was that men can't control themselves, so we have to take care of them. And do you know how heavy that is as a woman going out there, as a girl, as a teenager, trying to just be a person, and I have to check all these boxes to make sure that it's not my fault. That it's not my fault that he's having a bad thought, or the other kid in my mutual class, because of me, not showing my knees. That was another thing growing up. My mom always made sure that our dresses went past our knees, but if we sat down, they still had to go past our knees. They could not come above our knees when we sat.
Donna, take us back. So these girls, these Mormon girls, they reach the age of 12, which means they start going to beehives and then laurels. They've probably changed those names recently, but I mean, back in our day, it was beehives and Maya maids and laurels. You go to Sunday school, and you receive, and you go to the young women's and you start receiving these messages, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. And
so it's tell us how it's framed. Is it law of chastity? Is it modesty? What is the experience of a Mormon girl and teenager as she is receiving messages from the church around these sorts of things? What's that like?
It was just heavy. Heavy would be the best way to put it.
But it'll be a Sunday school lesson, or how does it get introduced?
It would be a lesson on modesty and chastity. It would be at Mutual. We would have runway shows where we would bring something immodest, and then we would try to everybody like just bring their favorite clothes, and then they'd like bring something immodest and try to then like patch it up to make it modest. Like it was just so pushed on us in a lot of young women's lessons, just to make sure that we were covered and that we didn't give boys the wrong thoughts, and that was on us. And it's very, very, it was so heavy. I held that for so long, make sure your shirts aren't too tight and your pants aren't too tight and your pants aren't too low, and that they cover your knees and that they cover your shoulders and they don't come too low. Just so much pressure. And the reason was so we could take care of somebody else, not so that I could look good. Not that I'm saying teenagers need to go out and flaunt themselves, but the message stuck. It's stuck for my whole life until obviously recently. But it was just so damaging, and I couldn't even be myself. I was just a person, and I had these checklists that I had to do to make sure that other guys could go on missions, because of course, as a young woman, I needed to marry a returned missionary in the temple when the time was right. And the only way they could do that was if men kept pure so they could go on a mission. You see how it all just stemmed back.
What's it like to be going to church and young women's activities and combined activities, and to like every minute you're thinking, is the boy looking at me? How is he looking at me? What if I caused a bad thought? What's that like to just kind of try and just being a teenage girl is hard enough. What's it like having that burden of worrying about everyone looking at you, and are you dressed right, and are you sending off the wrong message? And then the added burden of the responsibility of other boys' thoughts and worthiness, and you're carrying around that burden. What does that do?
It was exhausting. It was exhausting. And like, I couldn't actually become friends with boys. I wasn't friends with boys. I didn't have any guy friends because I was always afraid that I was going to do something wrong. Even like right now, like my heart is racing so fast, just thinking about all of those moments, just being a fun kid. But the pressure and the requirement to be perfect. And that's what I struggled with my whole life, was just the requirement to be perfect. And I put myself up there. I made sure that I was perfect. I made sure that I did all the right things. And it was exhausting. It was so exhausting. And also there were girls that would, disobey their parents and take clothes to school to change into that were what they liked, but not, of course, what was right. And I would look at them, and I would, unfortunately, let me just put this forward. I apologize for a lot of what I did and said when I was Mormon, because I would judge them and I would have pity on them and I would feel bad for them and I would put them lesser than me because they weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing. And then that's, not any fault on my own, because that was placed on me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does. We have some good comments coming in. I'm just going to share a couple of them really quick from different listeners, because they help illustrate. So Karen, hey Karen, she's from Scotland. We interviewed her on Mormon Stories a few weeks or months back. She writes, "We used to have a test where you kneeled on the ground and raised your arms. If the skirt didn't touch the ground or the top rose up to show your midriff, it wasn't modest enough. Physical exam," she writes.
I had that a few times for mutual. I had that a few times. Not the kneeling down, but the raising of the hands. Yeah.
Yeah. Another writes, this is Truth Life Seeker. "As a young teenage boy, I was asked to come talk to the young women about how important it was for the boys that the girls would dress modestly." How does that sound to you, Donna?
Oh, that just makes me so upset that people are telling me how to be, how that somebody else, a teenage boy, like, I want to give him a hug, like that's not his job. And what an awkward position for him. And then as a woman sitting there, of course I want to do what I'm supposed to do. And I want to make sure that you're okay. And I want to follow the rules. So, okay, well, just all the pressure, and John, this also carried on through my life. of always feeling like I had to cover up. I went through a lot of body dysmorphia when I was going through my transition out of the church, because I felt so, I felt like I always had to cover my body and that I wasn't allowed to show it, to where I didn't even have a body anymore. And I struggled so hard to be me,
We went, sorry to interrupt, but I was there for her when she went shopping for her first pair of shorts that went above her knee. And I could just see just the mental distress she's in contemplating making that purchase. And she looked great in them. She still does. But I was amazed, like, they're a pair of shorts.
But one of the consistent messages I've received is how the church's approach to modesty and chastity leads women to hate their bodies, to be ashamed of their bodies, and to kind of have a lot of self-loathing. And I guess, what else do you want to say? You were kind of starting to talk about that. Is there anything else you want to talk about, how these messages caused you to hate your body?
Just that. I have struggled the last 4 years trying to figure out my body, trying to figure out what I feel comfortable in, trying to figure out what makes me look good. Not that I have to show off anything, not that I need to do that, but just so I feel comfortable, because I've been trying to peel off the layers and all the things out of the backpack that the church put on my back, of make sure you cover your shoulder, make sure you cover your knees, don't give boys a bad thought, make sure it's not too tight, you want to go to the temple, you have to, all those things. And of course, going to the temple and the garments, that just added to it. But I had a hard, I'm getting better, and every time is better and better. But it's still a struggle to even accept my body as it is, that I am a female, and that I am a woman, and that I am me, and that I'm not owned to anybody, and they don't get to tell me what to do. So that is a lot of, it carried on for years and years and years and years. So, there we go. We're talking.
and I can see you're starting to feel strongly, and you, of course you should.
Yes.
A couple other good comments coming in. Melanie writes, our young women leaders would keep ugly long shorts in the mutual closet in case someone came to mutual in shorter shorts, and they would make us change or even go home if our shorts didn't touch our knees. Even visitors would have to wear long shorts or be forced to change or go home. This was super shaming.
Yeah.
Well, didn't you have a story about a famous actress who was shamed to go home? Because
basically so Renee Zellweger, the Academy Award winning actress, she was in my high school. We were close friends all 4 years of my high school in Katy, Texas. And I think it was my junior year, I finally got up the nerve to ask her on a date. And so I took her to of all things, a Mormon stake dance, like a New Year's Eve stake dance. And she was dressed up beautifully, and I was dressed up, and we went, but her dress was right off the shoulders. And as soon as we walked in the door, now remember, this is an investigator. She's never been to a Mormon church before. I'm bringing her to the first exposure she'll ever have, and probably has ever had since, with the Mormon church. We walk in the door, and immediately the girls start looking at her weird, and then leaders come up and pull me aside and say, she either needs to wear a blazer, like a man's blazer, or, she needs to go home. And we had driven like 30 minutes to the chapel, and she, of course, left the chapel sobbing, and I took her home. And, she obviously never had any interest in doing anything related to the Mormon church again. And that was heartbreaking for me. So that's my story about modesty culture and shaming. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to make it clear, in the sense that all of these requirements and these pressures then causes people to judge others, instead of letting the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and let Jesus Christ be the judge and let him be the one to look at that, it created a sense of us having to judge others, whether we meant to or not. It was still under there, that underlying thing, which is just so awful.
Yeah. And there's actually a great quote or a great comment from one of our listeners. Our listener, Emily, writes, modesty culture pits women against women.
Yes.
Not only do you have to worry about what you're making the boys think, but also you're at the mercy of shame from your female peers. Was that your experience, Donna?
She took the words right out of my mouth. So yes, Emily, yes, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not alone, though. I'm glad, because part of me, through all this process of peeling off the layers and becoming me, I have to peel and go through all this muck. And it's comforting to know, unfortunately, that Emily and I are not the only ones,
Yeah, for sure. Going back to this issue of body, self-loathing and body shame, there's a comment from Jennifer. I had so much guilt because of my body shape. It was this odd mix of I wanted to look good and be happy with my body, but my body was evil because of how it looked and how clothes hung on me, and I couldn't hide my chest enough. Yeah, for girls and women who develop with larger breasts, how do you not just be driven to want to wear baggy things, saggy things, potato sacks, basically? And how could that not end up seeping into your image of your body, that your body's bad, that your body's dirty, that your body causes problems, that it needs to be covered up? And I think that can cause, just like we talked about the shame on men, Nik, with shame about their sexuality, shame about their sex drive, shame about their attraction to others, shame about, if they ever masturbate or whatever. It just seems like this self-loathing about your body is a real significant problem with Mormonism and for women.
Yes.
And to just kind of add a point too, it wasn't just the girls that were getting this message. We in the priesthood were getting this message too, to support the girls. I mean, they framed it like that, but basically, it's basically shame the ones that don't dress modestly and don't date the girls that don't dress modestly. And, it's without really saying it outright, it's their fault that you're getting these thoughts, which ended up being a really difficult thing for me, kind of battling in my own head while I was on my mission. And I don't know if you want to jump into that.
No, not yet. But let's go back to Donna's experience for a second. So Donna, there's another sort of theme I want to talk about, because it's come up in a lot of the narratives that we've talked about. And that's the messages around sexuality towards girls. If you're the gatekeeper, if sex is bad and you have to keep men pure, and if your job is to dress right and act right so that you can keep the boys pure so that they can go on missions, number one, there's so much sex negativity around that. But then also number two, it doesn't even acknowledge a girl as being a sexual creature. And so, and you can talk about this if it's relevant for you. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves and jump to how it affects you once you're married, but there are so many problems with this. The girls are not sexual creatures, that their bodies aren't to give them pleasure, that they're not even to think about the fact that they also have urges and drives. It's only the boys that have the urges and the drives, and the girls, that's not what girls do, because that's not even discussed, let alone forbidden. Talk about to what extent this may or may not have affected you in terms of you developing to think of yourself as a sexual creature, as a sexual being, and of sex being not only healthy, but important part of your life as a developing young girl and young woman.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. I'll just say a family member, when I was younger, was on the phone with another family member, and how old was I? I don't remember. I was 10, 12 years old. Nah, probably 10. And and they were laughing, and me and my cousins were in the room with her, with this family member, and she said, "Oh, it's nothing, just sex feels good." And I remember being a kid like that, and of course I was a young kid, and I was like, that's gross, why are we talking about this? But then to go into the other things in my young woman's lifetime, just all the shame on that. It was that moment with the phone call has stuck in my head for so long. And it was just like this back and forth. Like, how could she say that? But I'm also supposed to hide everything, and I'm not supposed to feel anything. And like, I don't understand where the jump happens. Like, of course, as a teenager, people don't want you to go out and being promiscuous, but where I didn't understand where that jump happened from what I'm being taught to how this person is now feeling this way. It was very confusing of like, well, how am I ever going to feel that way? Because I'm supposed to cover up my body, and I'm not supposed to be a sexual being. And that is definitely something that I have struggled with, especially in our marriage. We've been married for 11 years. That is something that I'm now starting to peel away and dig at to like, I'm allowed to be a sexual being. I'm a woman. I'm allowed to be me. And how freeing that has been, taking those steps. But yeah, it's just, I guess in young women's, it was never talked about in that sex is good or, that sort of thing. It was just like, here and then now, I want you to focus on making sure that you don't give voice the wrong thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a great comment by Eden. Eden writes, all these restrictions and shaming for young women from the time they are literally 12 years old produces women who feel shameful of their bodies after they're married. It produces sexual shame and horrible embarrassment, which leads to terrible sexual dysfunction for a woman in the bedroom once they do get married. At least that was my experience. And Eden, I want to thank you for sharing that, and also say many of the people who have written me, many of the women who have written me said that all these sex negative, body negative messages led to terrible dysfunction, especially when the wife is trying to, we'll talk about this, when the wife is trying to police the husband's porn use. And so she doesn't want to act like anything in a porn movie. I've got these women talking about how they just lied there listless in sex because they didn't want to ever make their husband have the types of thoughts that would make them want to turn to porn. And it just goes back to this idea that it's the woman's job to police the man's or the boy's sexuality. Donna. And let's stick to the teen years, but
yes.
But I will remember whatever you want to say about that later too. But
it does have to do with the teen years. I'm just trying to figure out how to talk about it.
Sure.
So it's her comment is just strikes me. So we're just here talking, right? When
a writer wrote Diamond Ranch wrote Eden nailed it. So
yes. Yes.
If anything, it makes for a really awkward honeymoon.
Yeah. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. So Donna, collect your thoughts.
Okay. Collecting my thoughts. Here we are. Right before Nik and I started dating, I was raped by a classmate, and I went over to help him with his homework, and it happened. And I thought it was my fault. I wore the sleeves. I wore the capris, ugly capris. I was not being promiscuous. I was not doing anything that would allow him or to tell him that he was allowed to do that to me. And I remember feeling so terrible. I couldn't leave. I was never asked yes or no. I couldn't say no. I left my body in that moment. I remember leaving my body and standing in the doorway, watching it happen to me because I couldn't move. And the whole time, it was my fault. So much so that I left his house and I called my bishop, who was the ward auto mechanic at the time. And I left him a voicemail and went the next day to his office. And I was the one that got in trouble. And I tried to give some grace, some compassion to him, that he just went off of what I told him, which is another thing that needs to be addressed in young women's and young men's. And so in that moment, I was the one that had the sacrament removed. I was the one that couldn't pray in front of people. I was the one that had the consequences. And I just think that we could do better for our young women, that it's not our fault and that we are not responsible for men's thoughts. Because in that moment, I was doing everything right. And that is something that, like what Eden said, that part did affect. So when our relationship, when we talk about that, when we talk about how pornography comes up in our relationship, that moment comes back up, and fear and shame and guilt all play in. Luckily, we had already been talking, and at that moment, he just came and held me that night. He just held me while I cried. And anyways, that was just...
Even in that point, I had a hard time just understanding how the bishop made it her fault, and just was flabbergasted as I was holding her and she's sobbing that she was raped and yet she's in trouble.
I'm so sorry, Donna. Thank you for sharing.
I just, like, that's an uncomfortable story sometimes for people to talk about. And for me, it's only been in the last couple of years I've been able to talk about it. But I just want, if there's somebody listening, to know that you're not alone, and that.
Yeah.
So we can do better by our young women's and not make it so damn difficult.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing, Donna.
Thank you.
That's hard stuff. Any other things you want to share just about your adolescent years? Did you even think of yourself as a sexual being? A lot of the men that we talk to struggle with things like, pornography and masturbation. Was that even in the milieu for you at all, or were you just kind of like not even thinking of yourself that way?
Nope, I was just a person that had responsibilities. That's what I was.
I remember before that time, for a bit, we went on a few dates, and I did notice that it affected her, and she really struggled with her own sense of self after that experience. And every time we would be together and we're teens and we kissed, I did feel noticeably that she started to become absent. She was having a lot of out-of-body experiences just because she felt like she was just a horrible person. And we talked about that in therapy and just conversing over the years about that experience and how it affected her, and that was the case. And into our marriage, we struggled with getting over those thoughts, and to become more intimate.
So
right.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
So Donna, anything else you want to share about your adolescence as a Mormon teenage girl and around sexuality before we jump back to Nik's?
No, just that I was the golden child and I did all that I was supposed to and everything right, because I was afraid of getting in trouble. So I did it right.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Donna.
Yeah.
Lots of really great comments from our listeners. Basically thanking you. So Julie writes, "Oh, Donna, I'm so sorry. What a horrific nightmare. No one with the heart to actually help you. This was not your fault." Kristen writes, "Thank you for being so brave to share your story with us. It's not your fault. I'm so sorry." Jennifer writes, me too. You are not alone in being assaulted and being punished. That pain is real and lasting. I'm so sorry. You are not alone. Red writes, brave lady. Jay writes, so much strength. Bree writes, I'm so sorry. Lots of love, Donna, for you. So I always kind of feel like it's silence that's kind of the killer.
Yes.
That the only way that we learn and we grow and get better is when we talk about these things, and it takes a lot of courage and strength to talk about it. But
that's why I want to be here.
When we do, it's the only way that things get better. So thank you, Donna, for being willing to share.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So Nik, let's go back to you. So let's talk about you going to the MTC and what got you sent home, and anything you want to talk about leading up to the time you met Donna.
Well, we had actually met just bumping into each other in seminary, and then we really kind of got to know each other EFY. So it's a very Mormon framed introduction into each other. And then it's going to kind of date us, but we got chatting on MySpace. So, but we really liked each other, but I knew, like, I'd already graduated when we started really kind of to dating, and I knew I had a very short timeline before I was going to leave on a mission. So I didn't really want to develop a relationship with her, but she's just an amazing person. And even then I knew early on that I loved her.
This was 3 months before he was supposed to leave on his mission. Like, he was turning in his paperwork when we met, like, started chatting on MySpace.
Yeah. So yeah, we met that summer. I took her on a few dates in September, and then I was supposed to leave for the MTC in January. So I'd gotten it back in like November that when I would be leaving. And so we had dated, we were very attracted to each other, and, we made out quite a bit. But I'd also had a few girlfriends, and at that point I had just become an expert in just not telling the whole truth in interviews, because I just wanted to avoid the awkwardness. So I started just lying my butt off, because every time they would tell me, I'd have to go through the whole shame of, confess, sit awkwardly next to my family and pass the tray along, which I'd get, side stares from my mom, wondering what was going on. And
talk about that really quick. So this is a theme that comes up a lot. Basically, the church has these really strict and almost obnoxious rules around touching yourself, touching other people, anything related to sex. If you make a sin, you have to go talk to your bishop. You're supposed to go talk to your bishop. And then that's embarrassing, but then also they can give you punishments. And and so basically what you're saying is the bishop says you can't take the sacrament. Talk about what that's like as a Mormon kid sitting in church with all your friends and your parents and your siblings all around you, and then the sacrament tray comes to you and everybody's like expecting you to take it. What's that like? Kind of try to explain to people what that's like for those who don't know.
Well, especially at that time, because I was a priest, and there was some times where I wasn't allowed to even, bless the sacrament, and there was only 4 priests. So we would go on a rotation. When I had to not be on there during my rotation, it was obvious, why I wasn't up there. And just as much as in the audience, you probably felt like everyone's looking at you, and most people aren't. It's just that everyone sees me. They know. When in reality, probably no one noticed except for the 2 people sitting next to you when you take and pass it along. But I had to go up and I had to say the words and bless the sacrament and pass it on. And I wasn't able to do that. So it became really, people did notice. The priest noticed, the leadership noticed, my family noticed. And when I was awkwardly sitting with my family instead of being up there, then had to pass along, my mom knew I was doing something I shouldn't have. And she'd caught me, a few times looking at pornography. So she put 2 and 2 together and knew that's probably why I'm sitting down here instead of up there. And the closer it got to my mission, the more the weight of being the good one kind of fell on my shoulders because my older brother was not having the church at all. You know, at this point he was living on his own, had tattoos, just doing his own thing. And I was kind of marked as like the good child instead of the prodigal child. I had to keep all the rules. I had to do everything right. And every time I'd mess up, I felt like I was failing my parents. I was failing all my leaders that put their faith in me. I was just failing in general. And most of all, I was failing God. And so it was really difficult the closer I got to, you know, putting in papers, doing all those interviews, to really be honest. I just lied. And the more I lied, the more guilty I felt, the more shame I felt, which then pushed me to do it even more, because that's the only thing that I felt was like a relief from it. And it became this perpetuating cycle. And by the time it came to, and the other thing was they had a lot of things they wanted priests to do, like go around and give sacrament to the disabled people and stuff like that. And there was always this constant feeling like that I'm unworthy. My hands are unclean. And that just really kind of messes with your head as, you know, a young teenager going out and doing that. So I just always had the thought, even if I looked at a girl wrong, that like my hands are unclean, I shouldn't be doing this. And then when I would just inevitably do it because I didn't want to be in trouble anymore, that I felt even worse about myself. I'm lying to God. I'm lying to this person. They're not going to get the full benefit of this blessing I'm giving them. And then going through the temple and just feeling like eventually this spotlight's going to pop on top of me. It's like, intruder. So, and every single time they ask the question in the endowments, it's been so long since I've been, I don't remember what it's called, but if anyone is unworthy, you know, you can leave now. Oh man, that every single time they'd ask that, it stabbed me in the heart. And I'm like, I should stand up. I should get out. But I wouldn't, because that would be the most awkward thing to do, is stand up and leave a group of people in the temple. And so I just kept lying, and I became numb to it. I didn't feel anything after a certain point, where it was just lie and turn to pornography to feel anything. And I just was drifting through life at that point. So I go into the MTC, and
can I just say really quickly that that's really, really common. Just this idea that people learn to lie. You think that a religion is going to teach you to be honest.
Yeah.
And I think the Mormon Church wants to teach people to be honest. But this pornography trap, this masturbation trap, this pornography trap, this law of chastity trap, account after account after account that I've received, people just say that what they do is they learn to lie because they can't stop, or they do normal things, but they have to confess, and they don't want to lie to God or Jesus. But then they go and they try and confess, and they either get caught in the shame spiral, or they keep going back, or they can't stop because they're doing normal, healthy things, and they learn to lie. And that is one of the most damaging things, I think, from this whole experience, is that the church teaches you to become a liar. And that's super unhealthy for all the reasons, to your mental health, to your anxiety, to your depression, authenticity, vulnerability. Learning to lie and to hide and to cover up begins downward spirals of depression and anxiety and just toxic living. Because health and honesty and openness leads to health and happiness, and lying and hiding and shame are toxic, and they ruin people. Is that fair to say?
Oh yeah. And yeah. I was never really like skinny per se towards the end of high school, but I had just turned to so many coping mechanisms. I was just eating so unhealthily. I was looking at pornography just as coping mechanisms, and I ballooned up. Like, I look at my mission picture leaving the first time, I was extremely overweight. I was extremely unhappy. At points, I wanted to just end it. I didn't want to live anymore, because all I felt like was, this is all that there is for me, is to just go on a mission and just put in my time and come home. And hopefully the rest of my life will be okay, because I just didn't want to let anybody down. And the closer and closer I got, the more just intense, just shame and everything was put on me. So
and I want to get back to where you were going in the story, but I also just want to make this point that the depression and the sadness and the shame and the guilt can get so serious that people want to end their lives. And in fact, many, many, many young Mormon men and women, and even Mormon adult men and women, have ended their lives over the guilt and shame. And so, Nik, I just want to I want to ask you to repeat and maybe go into a tiny bit of depth. If somebody says to me, John, you're exaggerating, you're using hyperbole, this is not a matter of life and death. I believe it's a epidemic of very serious proportions. What would you say, Nik, if somebody were to sort of say, John, you're being dramatic here?
No, there were times where I was so depressed and just in so much shame that I was living this way, like lying to people out of one side of my mouth, and then, on the other hand, in my own room, looking at pornography, masturbating, and just building up this image of myself that wasn't really me. It built such a split in me that I became so numb that the only thing that really made me feel alive was ending it. That there were times where I would fantasize about how I would do it. I didn't want anything that my family would have to clean up. I didn't want anything that, would be painful. I a few times had researched it a little bit, but I couldn't go through with it. Luckily. But it was times where I would just cry myself to sleep because I couldn't go through with it, because I just wanted it to end. I hated living that way, that I'm supposed to be this person, but I'm not. I'm down here. There's, dirt, worms, shit, and then then me. I'm the lowest possible thing I can be, but I'm supposed to be up here.
Yeah.
I hated it.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. Life's so short. You know what I mean? Like, life's so short, and as we're taught in the church, even, life is to have joy, but with good intentions of the church just keeping people out of trouble or helping them be their best person, these rules that the Mormon church puts on its youth and young adults, it ruins and destroys lives. And it's such an irony, because I don't think the church means to make a young teenage boy suicidal, and yet they're doing it. Tens and hundreds of thousands of youth every year are feeling this way.
Yeah.
So do you want to take us, is your mission the next thing to talk about, or what's the next thing in your timeline to talk about, Nik?
Yeah. So it comes time, I say goodbye to her, and my mom is awkwardly being the the lineman to defend her from getting too close to me. As we're getting closer to leaving, but I still snuck out and spent time with her. But we drive up, and my parents do the whole thing in the big room at the MTC, and I go in and I meet my roommates, and I immediately I feel like I don't belong. And within a couple days, it's probably that day or the next day. I blocked out a lot of it, to be honest. But they do this interviews for all the incoming people. They ask me, if there's any things that I haven't confessed, and then the guy opens up to a page that he's bookmarked and specifically reads about, being promiscuous with the opposite sex and pornography and masturbation. And I feel like at that time, like God speaking through him to me, it's like, this is the time to finally confess. But I had just built up such a, quick reaction to lie, and I go, no, I'm good. Then I go back to the room, and I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep. For 3 or 4 days, I lived in this whole self-torture that I had lied when God spoke directly to me through this person. And I don't remember it, because I was malnourished and I wasn't sleeping. So finally I went in, I confessed, and that was one of the more awkward interviews, because they were asking specifics. And that's the first time I ever heard the term Levi sex and just all sorts of.
Tell us what that is. What's that? Sorry? Tell our listeners what that is.
It's basically grinding on each other while still wearing pants.
How did that come up and why?
He brought it up. I didn't bring it up. He asked if I had Levi sex, and I was like, he had to explain it to me. Again, very awkward. Which it somewhat happened. You know, it's the whole kind of thing that I heard you mentioning in the Scientology stuff, where they kind of make you think you had this other life, where I started confessing to things that I hadn't really done because I was like, well, kind of. So I guess I did. And, you know, I made out with girls where they're sitting on top of me. So I thought that was Levi sex and different things like that. So I made it probably a lot worse than it was because he was digging into things that I hadn't even brought up. And then they had to bring in another person. I had to confess to that guy. And then they put me on a plane and I came home. And I was met at the airport by my parents. My dad was very understanding. You know, he joined when I was 12, so he'd only been in it a short while. And he's always kind of been a very, you know, go with the flow kind of guy. But I was clearly upsetting my mother at this whole process. There's a comic that someone mentioned in Mormon Stories called Love and Sex, and I relate with it a lot. But he put it into words where I was essentially the Abrahamic covenant for my mom. I could tell that I was her redeeming thing, sending me out on a mission and me being like her legacy of like, I did something good in Mormonism was what she was kind of banking on. And I could feel that. And the awkward car ride home, they had already rummaged through my stuff within a week. So I had no possessions. I didn't even have a room anymore. They turned it into a guest room and made me sleep on a broken futon in my little brother's room. So I'm a 19-year-old man sleeping on a broken futon next to a bunk bed of a 9-year-old.
Let's back up for just a second. I can't. This needs to be its own series on Mormon Stories, just about the trauma that Mormon missionaries who enter the MTC experience, because it's such a huge deal. You're taught your whole life that you exist to serve a mission and then to go get married in the temple. Like those are the two things you literally exist for. And that you're a messenger of God, that you're there to serve God, and that, you know, other people's salvation is at stake, and that this is one of the most important things you'll ever do. And you have this huge send off where you get all the clothes and your ward sends you off and you're honored and you have a farewell, and everyone gets excited when you get your call, and then everybody's excited to send you off. And you are excited because you're like, I get to serve the Lord and I get to 2 years, and it's almost like military service, but for God. So it's even better. And you're sacrificing, your parents are paying money, and your siblings are all proud of you, and your leaders are proud of you. So then you go off to the MTC, and immediately, you know, it's like they've got these leaders that are like grilling you to like find out if you've been lying and making mistakes. And you know that if you are honest, you might get sent home and just have that incredible walk of shame where you have to go home and everybody immediately is going to know why you got sent home. You're disappointing your parents. You're disappointing your siblings. You're disappointing yourself. You're disappointing your entire ward community, girls, their parents, your leaders. And all of that's bearing down on you at the MTC while you're just trying to like, and by the way, this is a volunteer. It's not like they're paying you, right? You're volunteering to do the church's bidding, and yet they're putting you through this psychological meat grinder as you're volunteering yourself for service. And then, so you're experiencing that meat grinder of these grand inquisitors these men are probably masturbating themselves and looking at porn, and yet they're putting you through a psychological meat grinder. And then you're feared you might get sent home. And then in fact, you do get sent home, and you have this incredible walk of shame that you have to do where you go home and you disappoint mom, you disappoint dad, you disappoint your siblings, you disappoint all your ward members. That in and of itself is incredibly psychologically abusive in my view, that whole thing. And it's super, super common. Is there anything else you want to say about that? Because I don't think people really understand the intensity and the difficulty of what you explained to them.
Yeah, I had become essentially Quasimodo. My mom wanted to hide me away in a bell tower so that she wouldn't have to live with the shame of me being around. She didn't want me to go to church with her. She wouldn't let me use the phone, the internet. She was immediately looked at as the enemy because she was my girlfriend before I left, even though most of the stuff I confessed wasn't even about her. I mentioned a few things like,
of course, we were teenagers. Yeah. We would kiss, make out heavy. We never had sex, though. Yeah. So there we go on Mormon stories. So that everybody knows and who judged me back then, because I lost friends. I lost people. I had nasty messages, too, because I was a girlfriend. So, of course, it was my fault. But, yeah, it was traumatic. He was only gone for 5 days. It was traumatic.
And that was the strange thing about it is there wasn't a whole lot. There's the immediate shame of like, oh, he came back. There wasn't a whole lot of fallout on me, but there's a lot of fallout on her, losing friends, being judged by my family, her family. I thought it was insane that she was getting punished for me coming home. And the reality is that she really wasn't the whole thing behind this. It was the pornography. It was me lying for months and months and months about it, and all the priesthood and interviews leading to it. And a girlfriend before we started dating that I had, spent time with. I never had sex with her. But there were other things that were involved that he dug very extensively into. And it became just this thing where I was just this creature unworthy. Mm-hmm. Again, back to the Quasimodo thing. I had to meet with the state president so many times, like every month, sometimes twice a month. And he'd give me these really weird assignments. And he told me that I wasn't allowed to date her as if he had that authority. And my mom got so bad on trying to lock me down and trying to make me what she was trying to make me again, that it got unbearable. I had to move out. I took the little money I had and found a crappy job cleaning carpets and moved into a very sketchy apartment.
The worst.
A man with a glass eye is my neighbor who reeked of smoke, and a guy that was basically on hospice living below me. So I had to like tiptoe. Otherwise he kept complaining. And just a studio apartment where the carpet was disgusting, and just had to just kind of just live in a, cause I was still trying to go back out. I still wanted to do the right thing. I hadn't been, screw you guys, I'm going home. I voluntarily went home. I was voluntarily going through all this because I still wanted to do the right thing. And so I was going to all these meetings. I was going to YSA meetings as much as I could and trying to do what they asked of me. At the same time, just the depression kept getting worse and just trying to eke by.
And if I could just say, there are two things that just really stick out for me in addition to everything you're sharing. One is how the church rewards the liars, because there are those missionaries that just don't admit. They just don't admit to doing anything, and they don't buckle under the pressure. And so they just keep saying, nope, I'm good to the MTC pressure cooker. And then they just get to go out on their missions and become district leaders and zone leaders and APs. They don't have to take that walk of shame back. And since the church leaders don't have what we're all taught, the spirit of discernment, lying gets rewarded and honesty gets punished with that walk of shame. So that's one thing that is just so twisted and perverted. You're incentivized to lie and you're punished when you're honest. But then the second thing is how shameful it is for the girl. If there was a girl involved, you know, and everybody knows that the missionary had a girlfriend, and especially if she was a Mormon girlfriend or a girlfriend from the school, or even if, like you said, even if it wasn't Donna, if it was someone else, everyone's still going to assume that it was Donna, or everyone's going to talk about Donna. And it's not just the missionary who gets shamed. It's any girl that might have been involved with that returned missionary. And so it's just this really twisted, sick shame casserole that gets spread throughout, you know, all the different people involved, not to mention the parents that are shamed because they have a kid come home early. Donna, do you want to talk at all about any of that?
You know, it was that was it, you know. I knew that we had kissed heavily and been in a relationship. And so the night that he was set apart, I remember sitting in that room, and inside of me, I was like, say something, say something, say something. I was trying to get the person that was going to set him apart to say, does anybody have anything? Speak now or forever hold your peace. And I was just like, or maybe they did say that. Like, I can't remember. Like, it's this, like I said, this super traumatic experience. My brain's trying to put it all together. But I was like, do I say something? And I chose not to say something because I didn't want to be an embarrassment. I was just like, okay, well, let's just keep going, which, just like you said, adds to the fact that liars get rewarded. Except, you know, in this situation, it eventually, you know, beat down on him so much. Yeah, it was an awful experience. I got a call from my bishop on that 5 days after, and had to go meet with him. And that's when he told me that my boyfriend was coming home from his mission, and did I have anything that I wanted to confess? And I then had the sacrament taken away from me for months. I mean, this was a long time. And just like how Nik had said, you'd think that maybe nobody's looking at you, but people are looking at you. Because I had gone through that experience, then I became a person that looked at other people. Again, I'm so sorry for what I did. But it just instilled this judgment. And so I had the sacrament taken from me, and I had to pass that. It was really, really hard. I was actually even removed from my calling in Laurels because of it. And so it was traumatic. My grades that semester went way down the tube. I didn't go to school. My parents were a lot nicer and were not as hard. They would let me come to work with them if I didn't want to go to school, but they didn't want me to be alone, because that is when depression started for me. That is when one of the lower part of my lives ever happened. And like I said, like he had said, was I lost friends. I lost people. I had people texting me never to see him again. Don't ever talk to him again. That I was dirty and terrible. And I wanted to tell them, like, but it's not my fault, which, because of the story that I shared earlier when I was raped, anything that happened after that, I felt like I had no control over. And not that he did any of that to me, but just anything sexual, I kind of, even just making out too much, I would leave my body. I would not be present, because that was such a traumatic experience. And so that plays into my life for the next 10 years. And so
it scars people. And what's so crazy about it is you didn't even have sex. Like, not that sex is terrible. No. It's developmentally normal. And some could argue it's actually healthy for, you know, young men and young women to learn to have healthy, you know, sex lives. That could even be good for an eventual marriage if kids or young adults learn to understand their bodies and what makes them happy and what they're compatible with, etc. But put all that aside. Put aside the awful fact that you, as a young woman, are sitting alone with an adult man as he's grilling you about sex in a room alone with a married grown man, and your worthiness is being put into question, and that you have to talk about sexual details with a married grown man that isn't your dad. Put all that aside. You didn't even have sex, and yet the way you're being treated throws you into serious depression. Like, it's just so, who's benefiting? Who in the world is benefiting from the way the church is dealing with all this? And why is it acceptable?
Yeah, exactly. Why is it acceptable? Why is it a thing? Like, let's not make it a thing anymore. And yeah, that was the thing. People assumed the worst, but I couldn't even go tell them, like it wasn't something I don't feel like I should have to, but it was assumed. And that's just as damaging. It's just as damaging.
And they don't really give you a platform to come out and explain your side. It's not like I can get up in testimony meeting like, all right, this is why I came home.
Yeah.
It's just the rumor mill starts happening.
And then Bree, one of our listeners, Bree, makes a really good point. She writes, I don't understand why they sent him home when he confessed to stuff. Isn't that the point at the MTC, to get it all out and then be better moving forward? I don't know much about missions, though. So anyone who knows, you can explain. Bree, you bring up really two important points. One is, why couldn't they just deal with this at the MTC? Why did this have to be some huge walk of shame? Why can't they just deal with it there? And then why does it have to be something just so terrible, so awful, and so dramatic? It really does make no sense. And then I'm just going to make the point once again that not only can some young men or women lie and just go on and have a great mission and they're rewarded for lying, you'll get this bishop or branch president roulette where some bishops or branch presidents will be like, oh, no worry, I'm compassionate, I'm progressive, you're okay with Heavenly Father, go on and serve a great mission, and they're let off scot-free. Whereas if you have a more strict bishop or a harsh bishop or more orthodox bishop or branch president, then you drew the bad, ecclesiastical lottery and you get sent home. And so it's totally random as to who gets punished and who doesn't. And that's not fair at all. And
to kind of a weird point, I mean, I served my mission in Japan, and it's, basically the population of the United States crammed into California. So there were a lot of people there, but I ended up serving in areas that were outside of the metro area in Tokyo. So we would just be walking or riding our bikes through miles of fields of rice to go to the next town, or we'd be riding on a train and it'd be like us and maybe a couple other people in that car that were going. So I ended up talking with companions a lot, and inevitably it kind of comes up like, what was your life before? And there were confessions, both first and, I guess third party, about people who had done things way worse than me. Multiple sexual partners, and I think one had even had his girlfriend had an abortion, where they just, came on a mission anyway. Some lied, some didn't, and their bishop was just still understanding. And so I was conflicted. I was like, why did I get punished so hard for what I did when these guys, no problem?
Yeah, it's not fair. Okay, so did you end up going back on your mission, Nik?
Yeah. So that was a weird thing, is just kind of sitting in stasis. I had a job, clean carpets, and then ended up leaving that and working at another place. But I couldn't really get anything too permanent, so I didn't take any classes. I didn't really I got an apartment for a while, but I made sure to find a place that didn't have like long-term leases.
Well, let's also add in the Russian roulette. His stake president he came home to told him, well, you're not going back out, so go ahead.
Well, that was the bishop.
Oh, that was the bishop?
Yeah, the bishop.
Go ahead and get married, go to school, all this kind of stuff. And then it changed. Like, he either switched wards or he got released. And then that next stake president was like, no, absolutely. I can work with you. We can work on this. Let's do this. You can go back out. So it's just not consistent.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And I just have to say, I know people like this. Some people's lives are ruined, and they're ruined. And we're not even getting to the 12-step program yet, but this is all so important. Imagine you're a Mormon youth, you grew up Mormon, and you want to go on a mission, but then either you you get sent home early and you get the bishop or stake president that just says, don't bother, you don't go back out, or you never are allowed to go in the first place, right? That can wreck your life as a Mormon kid, because all of a sudden all your friends are going on missions. You're not. So you have that shame. You feel worthless and bad. Everything that you've prepared in your life to do, now all of a sudden you can't do. So you feel terrible about the bad human that you are. But then also you're in this ward. None of the girls want to date you, or boys. None of the parents want you around their kids because you got sent home from your mission or didn't even serve a mission. And that can send you on a very different path in your life. Instead of going to BYU, getting your degree, getting married, having a successful life, maybe you don't go to college. Maybe you feel so bad about yourself, you take a very different path. And this sort of decision about, do you have the right bishop? How do they handle you at the MTC or not? And are you allowed to serve a mission or not, can really be catastrophic to other parts of your life. And I just have to mention that because I know people whose lives were derailed for 5 or 10 or 20 years because of how they were treated around their mission.
Yeah.
And to clarify a little bit more what she was saying, I experienced that roulette at a very extreme level because she only kind of touched on it. So to clarify, when I came home, they have to do the whole process of releasing you from your missionary calling and turn you back into whatever, so I met with my bishop because my parents had moved when I left. They were in the process of moving as I was leaving. So we were in one ward and stake when I left, and then they moved and we were in a different ward and stake coming home just in that week. So my whole life kind of changed coming back. And so my bishop that I had known for a long time had worked with, he was very understanding, very cool. He's like, he understood that I'm not going to be working with him anymore. He's like, I got hope for you, man. You're going to do it. He had developed a relationship with me, and he was a good guy. He gave me hope. Then I went and met with the previous stake president who had been new to the calling. And he's like, oh man, you really messed up. If you're still in my stake, we probably would be going through disfellowship and possibly excommunication. I don't think you'd be able to go back out on a mission, but it's not in my hands anymore. So that threw me for a loop immediately. I was like, wait, my bishop was just saying he has hope for me to go back out. Why would you be saying this? And then I go meet with my new bishop, and he's like, well, I know a lot of guys who've come back and they don't really ever make it back out. So I wouldn't really put your stock in it. You should probably just go get a job, go get an apartment, start going to school. You might, but it's doubtful. And then I go meet with my stake president, and he's like, well, we're going to try to get you back out there, but it's going to be a long, arduous process. So I just, in the span of like a week, I'd experienced 4 different opinions about whether or not I'm going to be going back out. And I was just in a tailspin of like, what do I do with the rest of my life? Am I going to be going on a mission? Am I not? Should I get a job? Should I not? Should I move out? Should I not? So I was just in a really weird holding pattern. I didn't know what to do. And so I just tried to just get counsel for them as much as I could. And it was really difficult for the next year.
It was 16 months.
16 months. See, she's the one who knows all the dates. And then out of nowhere, he kept telling us we're not supposed to date again. Like he has that right. But, we try to keep it to letters where I try to get her ready for me going on a mission. So we wrote letters back and forth, and, I'd meet up with her, and we'd have a quick little secret date on her birthday and Valentine's Day and stuff like that. And, I still loved her very deeply, and we spent a little bit of time together. And, again, never really trying to be in private because I was trying to, we were always meeting in public places like the park or, at like a ice cream restaurant or something. But I got the call out of nowhere after not really having much hope that it would be coming anytime soon, that I could either leave that week or in 3 months, because that was the cycle in the MTC for the Japanese speaking missionaries, is they're there for 12 weeks. And so I didn't want to I'm like, well, I've been waiting this long. I don't want to wait any longer. So within like 4 days, I quit my job, which made it so I can never work at Walmart again. It was not advance notice. And then I packed up the stuff that had just kind of been sitting in storage forever, and I'm back in the MTC. But again, not really feeling like I belonged. I never felt like I belonged. I still just tried to get over that feeling as much as I could. And at that point, I hadn't had, really any issues. What I did have, I confessed, or at least I tried to, but it just became a cycle where I couldn't even remember all of the things I was doing wrong because I just felt like I was doing everything wrong. And so I went back out, and I really struggled with it. I struggled learning the language. It didn't really come easily to me like I felt like it did other people. And just trying to talk to people in the street. And I felt like it was because of me, that I was a problem. That if I had been what God expected of me, if I didn't do these mistakes, that people would be like lining up on the street corner to come talk to me and hop in a bathtub with some words. And so I just lived with that for months and months. And I had pushed a lot of my companions to breaking point, doing these things called 100-hour weeks. I thought that if I could be the hardest working missionary, that maybe that would make up for it. So we do these things where there's the normal schedule where you wake up, we had 3 hours, you self-study, companion study, and then language study for an hour, and you have lunch, and then you head out, and you would proselyte for, several hours, maybe grab a dinner, and then be home by 9:30 at the latest. Well, we got special approval to where we would leave our apartment and skip our studying and all of our meals in our apartment and be out there trying to talk to people from 5 a.m. until 9:30 at night, because that was the most they would allow us. Honestly, I would do more if they would. But I had grown up doing a lot of manual labor jobs and been doing a lot of sports, so I kind of developed an endurance for this. But some of my companions were passing out as we're in the church making copies of flyers. So I pushed them to the breaking limit and caused a lot of relationship issues with them.
He just thought that if he worked hard enough that God would forgive him.
Yeah.
And that he would then be able to baptize people. That if he just proved it enough. So that's what you're saying.
It's just that whole worthiness hustle that they put you on the cycle where if you're hyper religious, almost scrupulosity, if you're hyper religious, somehow you can atone for your mistakes and prove your worthiness, right?
Yeah. And, we're supposed to be every night we're supposed to call our district, and depending on if you're the district leader, you're supposed to call your zone leader. But, we call in and report our numbers. And that was something our mission president came up with because he wanted to make sure we're actually working. So every night I had to report that we didn't have any, teaching, didn't have any of this, didn't have any of this. And I just kept feeling like a failure. Sorry. And even though, I'm out in the middle of the sticks, and these people had been, it's the same people see the missionaries because it's at the train station. That was the easiest place to find people. So these people had seen missionaries 1,000 times over, heard the same thing over, and they just become callous to us. So it wasn't anything my fault. It's just constant flow of white guys coming in and trying to tell them about Jesus, to where they'd see my name badge and immediately go, oh no, this is like a look of disgust when they'd see me, because we just hammered some of these areas so hard. And it all felt like it was my fault. And that was hard to shake that feeling. And I'd read scriptures like in Alma, where if I could, the trump of God, I'm paraphrasing, I'd shake the earth, but I'm a man and I should be happy, but I'm not happy because I am a sinner. Actually, I added that part of my own. And the big kind of breaking point of my mission that had to do with pornography and the 12-step program and everything to kind of bring this kind of full circle is we were in the middle of a 100-hour week. And again, I'm just in a bad state. We're 4 days into it. I'm sleep deprived. My companion's constantly complaining. Hadn't really eaten much because we're just trying to be out talking to people as much as we can. So we're just eating scraps. And I go into a bathroom in the park, and someone had left a porno magazine in there. And I just immediately clung to it and just was looking at it, and I masturbated. And I felt like I was the worst person in the world, that that I should immediately be sent to hell, that I should be stricken down with lightning. And I was severely depressed that I gave into it, that I struggled to sleep for a couple of days. I called my mission president and had to do kind of an awkward thing where I was in a room without my companion in a small little Japanese apartment, and, said I needed to meet with him, and kind of told him a quick little thing. And then we ended up going on like 3 different trains to the mission home, and I confessed to him, and he has this awkward meeting in the living room of the mission home where he's calling down the power of Jesus to heal me from this. And he's wanting to hear me pray so that I can prove myself. Otherwise, he's going to send me home again for the second time.
What the heck?
Yeah. And
Wait, he was doing what?
oh, it's the most awkward, just like calling on the name of Jesus, prostrating ourselves kind of thing. And I didn't know what to say. I was like, oh, Lord, heal me from this. I'm so sorry. And I had to be as repentant as I could in front of him. Otherwise, he's like, I'm struggling really right now and sending you home, elder. And
For masturbating.
yeah, because I looked at pornography in a bathroom and masturbated just once. After several 100-hour weeks. And the other thing too is that for people who haven't been on a mission, you have to write a weekly letter to your mission president and tell him how you're doing. And it was always from a place of just self-deprecating. Just, I feel like I'm not doing enough. So I'm really just trying to be my best, and I'm hoping he's seeing this. But at this moment, it was clear to me that he didn't care. It was all about the rules. And he almost sent me home, he said, but he decided to give me another shot. And then awkwardly, he gave me the punishment that I wasn't allowed to take the sacrament for 2 weeks. So having to be in, congregations as the missionary and pass the tray. And that actually happened as I was up there having to give a talk. So I was in front of everybody and I had to pass the tray, and they passed it back and I had to pass it again. So
you were allowed to pass the sacrament, but not take the sacrament?
No, he had to just pass it across him.
As the tray was going across, as I was sitting up in stand, I don't know what you call it.
Oh,
the front. I was up there to give a talk.
Yeah.
And the tray was passing by during one of those 2 weeks.
Oh.
And I had to pass it to my companion. And he's like, oh, you didn't grab me. I'm like, oh, no. So, yeah, that was extremely just humiliating and depressing, and just the shame had become even worse, to where I just became lethargic, and I didn't want to be there anymore, but I didn't really want to go home. I was just going with emotions, and one of my companions had just yelled at me for an hour. He's like, just go home or do something. And so I put on a face, and I just existed for the next, it was about a year left on my mission when this happened. And so I just put in my time and felt like a failure coming home. And that sat with me for a long time, that, yeah, I served a mission, but I was a failure, that I shouldn't have been out there. I was wasting the Lord's time and resources, even though my parents were paying for it. It was the Lord's resources. These people that I had interacted with are now, going to be hating me in the afterlife because I was the one who talked to them instead of somebody else. That it should have been someone else who would have had the Spirit and gave them the message that they deserved. So I just always feeling like that every time I go to church, that I was just lesser, that I was not the right person that I should be, which carried into the rest of living at home.
Let's read this quote really from a listener. Dusty writes, aren't the general authorities aware? Why are you guys laughing?
So reading it.
Oh, Dusty writes, aren't the general authorities aware that all missionaries masturbate? Aren't they aware that the ones who don't report it are just lying? Are they really that clueless? Or is there something more sinister behind all this? I mean, I think it's hard to know people's motives, Dusty, but I think at some level, I think lots of Mormon church leaders have good intentions. I do think there is this reality that if you get these people on the shame cycle where they feel horrible all the time, then you need Jesus, and thus you need the church to be better, to feel better, to do better, and to atone and to make things right. So I do think it's in the church's self-interest to create this problem, to create this shame, and to create this desperation, because it makes many people feel like the church is their only salvation.
Yes.
It makes people extra committed. So in that sense, I don't know that that's intentional, but I do think the church, intentionally or not, benefits from the shame and the sadness and the desperation. But I just also want to just call again the fact that, Nik, you probably were doing better than most of the missionaries, that you probably went longer than a lot of these guys. And in some sense, you should have been like, hey, look how long you went without doing that. And look how hard you're working. But instead, you're like made to feel horrible, threatened with going home. And it spoils so much of the rest of your mission and sets you up to feel after your mission like you're a horrible, awful, terrible, perverted person. And then that's going to bleed into all sorts of other areas of your life. And this is all literally made up. Like, it's literally made up. You're doing normal behavior. You're literally just being a good person. Like, how many young men in the world spend 2 years of their lives in service paying for it as a volunteer? Like, you as other kids are being selfish or, doing bad things or just living normal lives. You're like dedicating your life as a servant of God, trying to help people. And because you do something super normal, super infrequently, you're made to feel like you're worse than the dirt of the earth. It's so incredibly twisted and unfortunate and sad.
Yeah. And having known a lot of my companions' stories and their previous companion stories, and hearing through the grapevine about missionaries that had, given into having sex with, investigators, or sneaking out of the apartment in the middle of the night to go, find a prostitute and stuff like that. Like, I should have not felt as bad as I did, but I did. I felt like I was worse than all of these people, because that somehow they were excused from this because they weren't really out there for the right reason. But I was trying and I failed, and so I don't deserve the Spirit. Like the whole more is given, more is required kind of thing. And so it was just a constant struggle of comparing myself against other people and what I have perceived them to be. And something I kind of wanted to bring up as well, about talking about the modesty issue that we brought up earlier, is that in Japan, they don't have really public schools. They all have private schools, which meant that every single schoolgirl walking around was wearing like the Catholic schoolgirl outfits, which, as a missionary who's not allowed to, they had a rule you're not even allowed to talk to girls. So they're very tabooized, just the female form in general. And, people are walking around in Catholic school outfits. That it's a very non-puritanical society. So they're wearing very European and I say revealing, but it's just normal clothing, but to a very, beat into me that, modesty is the best kind of thing, that I'm basically in Babylon and struggling with these thoughts. And it was a constant thing to avoid this, when it shouldn't have been that much of a taboo. And them saying you can't even talk to women made it even more of a taboo, because it was like they had cooties. it was such a weird environment to be in as a missionary and trying to live this high standard.
Yeah, it's awful. Okay, so anything else you want to share about kind of your mission or coming home from your mission? Anything else, Kyle, Nik, that's an important part of your story?
I mean, during this whole time, I had kept in contact with her, and
With Donna.
We had been writing letters, and prior to my mission, she was basically treated as like part of the family. My family loved her, and then coming home that first time, they all like immediately hated her, and she had to fight to be,
because it's her fault, right?
Yeah,
because it's the girl's job to police the boys' immorality, and so it's not your fault. It's Donna's fault.
Yeah,
for corrupting you. What a toxic, awful message that is.
Yeah, and we were only allowed to call home during Mother's Day, just once a year. And that first Mother's Day, I knew that she wasn't allowed to be at my family's house. So I kind of broke the rules a little bit and called her first and talked with her because I really wanted to talk with her. And, then I called my family and had the whole Mother's Day conversation. And then the next Mother's Day.
And Christmas too.
It was Christmas. Okay. Yeah. So it was twice.
Twice a year.
I forgot, but yeah. So she had to fight to even be at my parents' house to just, be on a phone conversation, because somehow the phone conversation would cause me to come home somehow.
And, before we end the mission stuff,
yeah,
he did Dear John me because he was trying to be a perfect missionary and do all the right things. So he did Dear John me.
I was that committed to checking every box and being exactly what I was supposed to be, that, one of my companions had talked me into the fact that, like, me having a girlfriend at home was not having both feet in my mission. So despite the fact that I loved her, I loved getting letters from her, she was the one that I look forward to the most. Because honestly, nobody else really wrote me. I'd get the occasional blue moon letter from my mom and maybe another member of my family, but she was the only correspondence I was receiving. So I knew that once I had written her off and wouldn't be getting anything from her, I was on my own. I'd be out in the dark and not really have any contact to people at home that I cared and loved about and loved. And so it was very painful for me to do that. And for a good portion of the mission, we didn't have contact with each other. But as it got closer to the end, I decided that I didn't really want that anymore, that I was just so lonely and depressed that I wanted to talk to her. So I sent her an email, and then we started writing letters again.
And he came home, and then we got married 6 weeks later, and now we're on to the next part.
Wait, 6 weeks later?
Yeah.
She was there for my homecoming, like a little party at my parents' house. And, we had, met back up again and talked about, is this something we still want to do? Because we had talked about getting married before. During the 16 months that I was home, there were a few times I contemplated just giving up and me and her go getting an apartment together and just moving on with our lives. Because I always wanted to be with her. I wanted to marry her. And that didn't change during my mission. So when I came back, I wanted to marry her. And I asked her, is this still something you wanted to do? And so we both prayed about it. I went and had a
temple. Pray about it, gosh. Don't use that term, please.
I went to the temple, and, I didn't really receive any, heaven's parting kind of thing. But I went off of the whole adage of, good feeling, because it was always a good feeling to me. I always wanted to marry her. So we,
So let me just ask, Donna, anything you want to share about while you're waiting for him on his mission? Are you aware of all this torment that he's experiencing? Is there anything going on in your life that's important to the advancement of the story, or were you self-developing? Were you putting yourself on hold? Did you have any other experiences? Anything you just want to share for that time period?
Not really too much of significance. I was a waiter dater is what they were called. And on Facebook, They had like missionary girlfriend pages. So I was a missionary girlfriend. So I still dated. And
I had told her I didn't want her just to sit on her thumbs. I wanted, her to go date and live a life.
yeah, so I went and dated guys, but none of them stuck, obviously. Nothing more than just nothing more than just dates. And then, then I also, while he was on this mission, there was also the pressure that he's excelling, he's going up in his spirituality. And so I also have to go up in my spirituality, because if not, then he's going to come home at this level and I'm going to be down here at this level. And so I went to the temple and I did baptisms. When I went to Utah and visited one of my girlfriends there, we went and temple hopped and went to all the different, baptismal fonts and tried to go do baptisms for the dead. And I was just trying. I was super active in church still, super active as a YSA member and leader. And so I just wanted to be the best that I could, because I didn't want him to come home and not want me anymore. So, but nothing much of significance to the story. Okay.
So let me just ask you, Donna, really quickly, like, one of the, sometimes there are these Mormon girls that are like, I won't date or marry a guy if he's ever looked at porn or masturbated. They have these super high standards and they'll reject a guy. And again, that rewards the guys who lie most often. But like, what made you willing to even stay connected to Nik, to stay wanting to be with him? Why didn't you just sort of say, hey, he's been unfaithful, he's had a problem with porn and masturbation, I'm going to go find a better guy? What kept you even interested?
Because he's always been good to me. Even though I knew that he looked at pornography, he never treated me poorly. He, like I said, when I came home that night, and he just held me, I felt like he could have left me at that point. And he just held me, and he was just always so good to me. And there was one time in the 16 months that he was on hold, where he came and confessed to me that he looked at pornography, and I didn't know anything about that. I was just like, okay, don't look at it again. But that was it. Like, I didn't view him as lesser because of the way that he treated me. He's always just been a stand-up guy. And so when I went on dates with other guys, it was dumb. It was dumb because I did feel like I needed to be the one that led them the right way. Like, there was a guy that wanted to go on a date with me, but he listened to Metallica and really heavy metal stuff. And so I told him, I said, for a week before you go on a date with me, you're not allowed to listen to that. And so I guess he did. I don't know if he lied. I mean, he could have lied to me, but like, I viewed other people that did other things that were wrong as worse than him. Whereas there was a connection between us. There was already something between us that was already there. Does that make sense? Like,
it's kind of sweet. I think it's kind of sweet.
Thank you.
So even though it was a traumatized courtship, traumatized mission, when he got home, you loved Nik and wanted to marry him.
Loved him so much and still do.
We to kind of frame it a little bit better, the reason we got married so fast is because I got a letter while I was on my mission for BYU advertising that they had a program for return missionaries who go through a language. And I would be coming home April 29th.
Yep,
right?
4/29.
And they were starting, their summer session for this program where you could take a class and pass off 3 years of Japanese, essentially. I'd be jumping in at 300 level. And then once I completed it, I could take a class and get 24 credit hours. So I looked at it as like, oh, cool. I could, double major and get Japanese. And at that point, I'd become proficient enough where I felt like I could do it. Even though all my friends from all the missionaries I knew from Utah and who went to BYU, I saw them as super Peter Priested because I had grown up pretty rough around a lot of my dad's family. And I struggled to not cuss, and I had a companion who constantly hit me every time I'd say something inappropriate. So I didn't really feel like I belonged there because I didn't grow up in the primary.
Yeah, but we just didn't want to wait any longer. Like, it was either he goes to BYU and then we can't get married until August or September.
Yeah.
We already did the whole mission, the 16 months prior. Like, it was just, I don't want to keep on waiting. My life has already been on hold for so long. So
also, you don't want to screw up and have sex again, right?
Kind of. But I was also way too terrified to have that happen because there was such pressure to get married in the temple. And if I didn't get married in the temple, then I would die, like on the way to the reception. So there was immense pressure. So I wasn't worried about screwing up again because we had already gotten in trouble before. So yeah, it was just like,
And honestly, in the back of my head, I thought marriage would fix it. That I thought once I'd be married, I wouldn't need pornography, masturbation anymore. That it would just magically go away. And so I was excited to finally be married and have that part of my life be done with. And I thought it was the magical pill that would just save me from all these years of depression and awkward interviews and having to lie through my teeth, and that I could at the same time be married to a girl that I really admired and loved, and had really developed a deep relationship because we had been separated so much. We were writing these really lengthy letters, her more than me, getting 11, 12, sometimes 20-page letters. So we really got to know each other really well, and I was just excited to marry her. So we had 4 weeks to put a wedding together, and then we had a quick little honeymoon in Scottsdale, and then we're off to BYU in the
living the dream
in the married ward.
And this is probably delicate because they're still Donna's in-laws, but my mind is wondering how Nik's parents became okay with Nik marrying Donna, given all the past drama, right?
Well, I specifically remember telling my mom, and her immediate response was, "No, Nik, no." This is 2 weeks after I came home, and I'm like, "Hey, Mom, good news. I asked Donna to marry me, and we're going to get married." And that was her response. So
did she say why? Because that's not a great way to start a marriage, right?
She wanted me to wait.
His family is very big on education and schooling. My family is very big on the get married in the temple, have babies, do that. So we had two very opposite families. So my family was ecstatic. And his family was fine with me the day that he was on the plane and going back to the mission the second time. It was still a little bit awkward. And so that's why that first time it was a little bit hard, that first phone call. But yeah, his family, the day that he went on his mission again, like driving to the airport was hard, but coming back from the airport, they were like fine with me. So
She's no longer a threat.
No longer a threat. But yeah,
Okay.
So we got married, off we went. But I also, to his mother's, side, I have a son myself, and I love him. And, he just came back from his mission, and she probably just wanted a little bit more time with him,
Yeah, sure.
And so.
But at that point, I forgot to even mention this because it was so traumatic that I blocked it out, but I just remembered it. But I had really not put a lot of stock in what my mother thought of me anymore, because coming home from my mission the first time, so when I got sent home, rather, is the way to say it. But I remember my parents fighting, my dad defending me and my mom telling him basically to just go deal with that because that is not my son. I don't love that. So I overheard that, and that really kind of struck me deeper than most things have ever really hit me in my life. Is that my own mother, in the time that I was the most depressed, just couldn't love me because I had made one mistake that I was struggling with and trying to work through, that I was just nothing to her. And so at that point, I didn't really give a shit what she said. So sorry to swear, but she said that, and I just kind of laughed. I was like, you have no opinion in this matter. So
we got married and off we went.
And it was definitely an experience to jump right into BYU, married ward, all that kind of culture. we felt probably the most alone we've ever been in our life living there, because most of the people that were friends in that ward had known each other from the singles ward. And
let me jump back and ask you guys. So, your wedding night, right? Like, I don't mention that because I desire any details. I'm fine. I'm fulfilled. I don't need details. But this whole idea of like all this sexual trauma, Donna, your assaults or your rape, and then all this baggage around modesty and sex and shame. Is there anything you want to share about, like, once you're actually able to have sex? Is there anything you want to share about that?
Yeah, I would leave my body. I was not present.
On your wedding night. And
yeah.
Can you talk about why, or like what that was like for you and why that was your experience?
Just the trauma from the rape. I didn't know.
It reminded you of that?
It would put me back in that situation because I never healed from it. And so it reoccurred every time. And so, yeah, it was kind of weird. It was weird to go get married and then go to that next step. I was like, I'm allowed to do this now? Like, this is kind of weird. But then, yeah, so every time for the next, I don't know, 6 years, five or 6 years of our marriage, it probably 7 actually, I just wasn't present. So it was just that. It was not pleasant. It was not fun.
Okay, so not a good wedding night experience, or not a good experience in terms of sexuality for the first several years of your marriage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And Nik, how about for you? Anything you want to share about that?
It was just, I didn't really know what to go about it, because I knew what I had watched in pornography was not how it happens in real life. So I more or less just kind of was asking her all along the way, just, if you're ready for this, we want to do this. It was just
an interesting experience. Yeah. Very basic, very, we're just kids. So
we were adults, who had kids' minds not knowing what they were doing. So
not properly educated.
It was awkward. We didn't have any idea really how to go about things. But the good thing is that we both had a lot of communication, so it didn't cause any issues, other than the fact that she was having a lot of out-of-body experience in this because she was reliving her trauma. And I could tell that to a certain degree. Like at some point she was just gone, and I didn't know what to think of that. So it kind of confused and frustrated me a little bit. Like I was doing something wrong. It took us going to therapy to really work through that.
And I just have to say, just like, what sex should be is a healthy and awesome thing that a married couple can share. That's what sex should be. It should be like, hey, we get to build a life together. Eventually we're going to have kids, and we get to have awesome sex, and we can explore our bodies and have fun and become more intimate, and it'll drive us closer together, and it feels good. And what an amazing thing. And what's just so ironic is the church believes and it teaches that it's about joy, and this whole history that the church puts you through of shame, female body shame, male shame about intimacy, forbidden messages about porn. They don't teach about consent. They leave women sometimes vulnerable to rape and sexual assault because of they don't teach about consent. And then all the blame and shame and all the mission shame and all the ward shame and the in-law shame and the parent shame. It takes something that's supposed to be beautiful. It takes something that's supposed to be an awesome enhancement to your life, and it spoils it for years, if not for decades.
Well, and to that, like, I didn't know how to be a sexual being either. I was just terrified because I knew that he looked at pornography that one time while, on his hiatus, but I didn't really know how much of it was an issue for him. But I didn't want to be that from the screen. I didn't want to cause him to have impure thoughts. Like, I didn't know how to have that without causing him impure thoughts, and I didn't want to be my fault, and I didn't want to be what I assumed was on the screen. I didn't want to be a trigger for him. I didn't want to do something wrong that would cause him to have to go to the bishop. It was just, they put their hand in where they shouldn't have, and they could do better in helping us to be just people and sexual beings, which is why we're here, So yeah, it was rough. It was like, I don't know how to be me and a sexual being right without doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I, one of the harrowing comments that I read in one of the narratives preparing for this interview, a woman wrote, and I've kind of referenced this before, but I'm gonna reference it again, that she would lay still during sex. She was afraid to make any sound. She was afraid to show that she was into it. She was afraid to try other positions, because in her mind, anything that she did that was more than just lie there and allow the act to happen, she was potentially becoming porn-like.
Yes.
And then that would she feared, encourage the husband to get back interested in porn again.
Yes.
And so years and years and years of sort of listless, lifeless sexual activity out of that terrifying fear that she would either do something pornographic or do something that would lead her husband to start looking into pornography again.
Absolutely. That same experience right there. Yep.
I never even thought of that before.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was us getting married. And then everything was great for the first year. And then we moved around, did the whole pest control for the return missionary thing in California.
Well, kind of taking a step back just a little bit. We were only, when did we move into Cambridge?
A month after we moved there.
Yeah. So after only having lived, married for about a month and a half, already the kind of little bug in my head was wanting me to kind of go back to the old things. So marriage, in my head, I knew immediately hadn't fixed it. That, pornography was still a thing.
You had hoped that if you got married, you would never think about porn again, never think about masturbation again. And in some sense, that might make sense to someone who's never actually experienced life. That, you can have sex with your wife whenever you can have sex with your wife whenever you want. Why would you ever want to masturbate? And why would you ever want to look at porn? You've got a real life human right there. And people just don't understand. I mean, can you explain why that? I mean, it's natural. I'm agreeing with you that that's not how it works, but that's how someone who's just trying to think through it logically would assume it would work. So can you explain why that even occurs to a married man, or why it occurred to you when you had a wife you could have sex with, in theory, whenever you wanted, right?
Yeah. It honestly was just a coping mechanism again. I built that so much as a kid that it turned from taboo to coping mechanism. To any time I was like stressed or sad or depressed or any of the negative emotions, that became something exciting that I could do, that then became something that gave me any sort of feeling. And so I started to turn to it every time we'd have little fights, or she was just feeling emotionally distant to me. Like I had built it up in my head that we get married and we just like be best friends and we'd have sex all the time, and that it would be the best thing ever. But it would turn into a lot of fights of who's going to clean this, and that's not
normal
how
life.
Yeah, that's not how I put the clothes away. So you need to put it away this way. And I for the last several years I had lived with just white shirts and ties, so I didn't know how she arranged shirts, and it became a big fight. And we had a lot of big fights and a lot of big makeups, but there were times where we weren't getting along, and the coping mechanism of it just kept digging at the back of my head. And not just that, but every other coping mechanism I had of just over exercising and overeating and just looking for something else rather than fixing the thing wrong in me, and just something to shove in that hole that had been dug in my soul from all the shame and just the trauma of all that stuff that the church had done to me since I was a little kid and got exposed to this. It just became a thing that just kept gnawing at my core. So I turned back to that. I turned back to eating. I came back from my mission, the skinniest I've ever been in my life. Like, my suit was hanging off of me. And within 3 months, I had again ballooned up to a huge person, severely just overweight, which caused more depression, which caused me to go to more pornography. And because I knew that it was a taboo thing, I wouldn't tell her about it, and I would feel shame about that. She would find it, and I was so good at lying and blaming it on, it was some website I was on, it put a pop-up on there. So it was all circumstances blaming it, and then I feel bad for lying to her about it. And then eventually, I'd confess to her, and I confess to the bishop, and feel worse, but feel good for a little bit because I got it off, unburdened myself, but then I just dumped all that onto her. And so then she started feeling like she needed to police me, which then caused even more of a conflict in our marriage, where she was always looking at everything I did, and I always felt like I was always being watched and judged, and couldn't do anything without getting any sort of a side glance from her. And it was not a happy marriage. It just kept getting worse. Because
let's flip it. Donna, what was it like for you the first time you discovered that Nik had looked at porn or masturbated? And then what was it like for you as you realized that this was something he was going to be doing?
I was devastated. I was absolutely devastated, because I too also was under the impression that if we got married, then he wouldn't have to look at it again, right? And we had been married for just over a year, almost a year and a half, when I had first found it. And I called him up, and I was mad and I was angry. I called out of work. We went and sat in our car on an empty lot somewhere and cried. I'm yelling at him. He's crying. He's yelling. I'm crying. Like, it was just, I just couldn't understand. Like, we did all the right things, and this was here. And it was hard because I felt like now all of our temple covenants were gone. How was I going to get to the celestial kingdom if he was going to be like this? Maybe I don't want to be with him anymore, but I still loved him. Like that was the hard part, was like, I loved him, but I didn't know how to do this. And, I just felt disgusting, which then also made me feel like maybe he's always viewed me like that. And so is this really just a hard,
maybe he's always what?
Maybe he's always viewed me as the girl on the screen, and which he's never treated me like that. But it was just...
What would that mean for him to view you like the girl on the screen? What does that mean?
I was an object, an item to take advantage of.
Got it.
And so that's all I was to him. Like, he didn't love me. So that was a really hard time in our marriage.
Wait, really quick. What are some of the thoughts that go in your mind when your husband's looking at porn? I don't want to seed it, but there are very common reactions Mormon women make when a husband looks at porn. That means, the church teaches us certain things that really raise the stakes, that really make it seem way more traumatic and dramatic than maybe it really should be. Instead of it just being, oops, he did a natural thing that humans do, they raise the stakes by what they say it means, for what it means when a husband looks at porn or masturbates. Or there are things women often conclude about what it means or what it's equivalent to when a husband looks at porn or masturbates. Do you know what I'm getting at? I don't want to tell you what it is. I want to hear you say it if you know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, I'll just say it.
No, I can't, other than the fact that I just felt like he was unworthy.
Okay, so some women say that it feels like cheating.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no.
Okay, talk about that.
No, I felt like I was being cheated on, and that he was having these relationships with a computer screen, and that legit, that is what I felt, was that he was cheating on me.
Right.
And that's how it felt the whole time that we've been dealing with this mentality that the church puts on it, was that he was cheating on me. I felt like I was married to a cheater, and that he would then, and because of, I over dramatized it into what was then going to happen, was now he was going to cheat on me, and now he was going to, all these terrible things, and because he looked at pornography, that's how I felt. And it was hard. It was so painful, especially because a few days later we found out we were pregnant with our first child. And now I'm like, shit, I'm married to a cheater, but I'm having a baby with him. And it was very, very hard. I'm so sorry. Like, I keep on just apologizing to him over the last couple of years, just of how I was. But also I feel like it's not my fault. That's just how it was taught to me to be, And
the culture of the church, had built in her head that, she needs to be dress a certain way to not cause thoughts. But then at the same time, when I would look at porn and she would see what I was looking at, it hurt her self-image even more, because she started comparing herself against these women and thinking that I wanted them more than her because of this feature or that feature, or they looked a certain way or did a certain thing, that I somehow looked at them because I wanted them more than her, and that she was not enough in some form or fashion.
There's a comment from Allie. I think she's talking about what her response was when she found out her husband looked at pornography. She says, I viewed that I was not attractive or sexy. So it made Allie saying it made her feel like she wasn't attractive or sexy.
exactly.
If her husband,
Yeah.
you're ugly or you're not as good as. And then we're getting a lot of comments coming in, kind of challenging both your reaction, Donna, and my question. Michelle writes, is it like cheating? And then Rebecca writes, it is infidelity. And then Rebecca writes, it is cheating. And then Rebecca writes, because he is taking his sexual desires to another woman. And then she writes, and breaking God's commandments. So I don't want to jump. And then Rebecca is a great example of Mormon church rhetoric. Now she's saying he is ultimately cheating on God. So not only is now he cheating on you, he's cheating on God. And then Rebecca finishes by saying there's no excusing this, as if the atonement, even in Rebecca's mind, means nothing. So like Rebecca's doing her job of representing church shame. I don't want to jump to the end, but since we're just talking about it, and Donna, I'm not trying to force you to say the right answer.
Nope, you're not.
These women are saying he is cheating. It is awful. He deserved to feel terrible. Why are you apologizing, Donna, to him for being mad at him for basically cheating on you? What would you say to these women who are responding like, it's funny. Here's another one. Jonathan writes, Rebecca is an idiot. And Jonathan, I just want to say to you that I don't like that answer, Jonathan, because this is all Mormon women. All Mormon women feel this way. So no, Rebecca's not an idiot. Rebecca is a Mormon woman, or she's a Christian woman, I'm guessing, because this is every Mormon woman that's ever lived, I'm guessing, or almost every one. So Donna, what, since we're on it, and I don't want to get ahead, but why are you apologizing to Nik for reacting like he's cheating when Rebecca and all these other people say it is cheating?
Because I did the best with the knowledge that I had at the time. I did the best with that. It also turned me into not a nice wife. It turned me into a badgering wife. It turned me into a hyper sensitive, overprotective, always on his shoulder. I wasn't nice.
But people are saying you should have. It's his fault. They're thinking it's his fault
because I have learned and I have researched and I have studied that we can talk about later. But no, I don't now. with the knowledge that I have, I do not feel like that is cheating. It's taken me a long time to come there. But no, I'm sorry for the way that I acted back then. I was acting out of trauma, out of pain, and I was acting with shame. I was shaming him and I was guilting him. And that's something that I wouldn't wish upon anybody. I don't want that anymore in my life. I don't want to have that. And I'm disappointed that the church does that. But I was doing the best that I could with the knowledge that I had. And I just disagree. I disagree. But I was Rebecca at one point. I was there. And so I hug her and I say, you're doing the best that you're doing. But I disagree. I disagree.
So I know we're going to jump a tiny bit ahead, but just to answer this question, instead of viewing your husband looking at pornography as cheating, how do you look at it now in like a sentence or two?
I think that it's a natural desire. He's a sexual being and I'm a sexual being, but we're not the same. We're not the same people. And so I don't view it as a sin anymore. I don't. Is that your question? Sometimes
yeah. You don't view it as a sin. You don't view it as terrible. So does that mean then that we all are like pro porn and love porn and think everybody should look at porn? Is there something in the middle there?
No, it's about communication. It's about consent. But there's definitely a middle. Yeah, because porn isn't for everybody. There also is terrible things out there. And it's just it's a gray area that you have to do in private. It's something that really I can't tell anybody to do, and they can't tell me not to do or to do it. So it's a
private adult. It's like picking your nose. It's like blowing your nose. There are things you're not going to do. You're going to do privately. There are things you have to work out privately. There are things you do that aren't great. But instead of it being like cheating, next to murder, sinning against God, you may as well have just slept with a woman. Yep. It's like downgraded. It's like, this is something that you have to work through. I have to work through. We have to talk about it. We have to come to an understanding. It's something that's private, but we're going to get to why this sort of language of calling it adultery, calling it next to murder is super counterproductive, and it just hurts everyone, right?
And I don't want people to just jump off now because the meat and potatoes is coming,
And to frame this, I'm talking about it just 1,000 feet level, but I didn't want to do it. Every single time I looked at porn, I masturbated. They were coping mechanisms that were compulsory. I was living in such deep-rooted, hidden depression and shame of this that I would have an outer body experience a lot of times where I didn't even know how I ended up on these sites that I would go to. And it just became something that I had built these pathways in my head that when I feel bad, it happens. And I would struggle for hours, days, weeks, months even to just don't think about it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Sing a hymn, read my scriptures, go talk to my bishop. I'm really struggling right now. Well, just read and pray. And it's never something I was like, I'm excited to go home to go look at porn and masturbate, because I knew how it affected her. And I knew that I might end up on the couch because of it, because she just didn't feel like she could, be in the same bed with me. So there were times where I was living on the couch where I would wake up before the kids and, clean up the bedding and stuff like that before they got up. And there was stretches of a few months where I was out there, but I was willing to do everything I could because I loved her and I wanted to be with her. I didn't want this other thing. And the only way I could really analogize this to the people that don't understand how this kind of happens is it's like eating. I mean, if a person just keeps eating and eating and eating, they're not really choosing to do that. A lot of the people that get overweight don't choose to do that. People like to look thin. They like to be the Victoria's Secret models and, the buff, ripped men. But it's because of stresses in life and they develop a coping mechanisms that a lot of them end up severely overweight. And then it just becomes a perpetuating cycle where the only thing that solves the problem is the thing that's causing the problem.
And that's where he was.
That's where I was. And at the same time, I was an overeater, which was also feeding into it. when I wasn't looking at porn, I was eating. When I wasn't eating, I was looking at porn, and I just was spiraling into it.
Yeah, part of it's just learning how to do healthy coping, right?
Yeah.
So really quickly, Oil Stories writes, is it also a false concept that pornography objectifies women, just turns them into parts and pieces? This is what I've heard from some recovered LDS men in ARP. And I'll just say very quickly, this show is not like pro pornography. I'm not pro pornography. There are all sorts of problems with porn.
Yeah.
The health and safety and well-being of the sex workers involved, the objectification of women, the fact that it can make people's expectations of sex totally unreasonable. It can be degrading to the people involved. It can cause people to try and force others in their real life to be or act in degrading ways. There's child porn. There's sex trafficking. Like there are all sorts of problems with porn in the porn industry. This is not about that. I acknowledge all that. I agree with all that. There are people, Natasha Elford Parker will say, there are couples that learn to incorporate erotic video materials or audio materials into their sex life in ways that can be enhancing sexuality. That's not something I've ever really been involved with. I'm not like a big porn fan or porn advocate. I'm not. I see and acknowledge all those problems. For me, as a doctor of psychology, as someone who's worked for over 10 years with people dealing with these issues, my biggest problem is that the way that we talk about porn
is damaging.
And the way that we talk to our young men and women about porn makes the problem worse. So if you hate porn, and if you hate people looking at porn, then you need to know that when you call it a sin next to murder, when you tell people never to look at it, when you shame people for looking at it, what you're doing is you're increasing the likelihood they're going to look at it and use it, and you're increasing the frequency with which they're going to look at it and use it. And so that's sort of the important thing here, is that if what you want is people to look at it less or stop looking at it, or to have it be less of an addictive, problematic thing in their lives, you have to understand you need to stop talking about it like it's evil. Stop talking about it like it's life-ending adultery, next to murder, evil and sinful, because you're making it worse. That's my point.
Yes.
And Donna, you tell me if you agree or not.
Absolutely. If you can take the shame out of it, that's where the healing begins. That is where the healing begins, is the shame. Not this next step that we're going to talk about with the 12 steps of the church. That was more damaging. I don't know if that's where you're wanting to go next, John. I agree with everything that you just said. I don't condone it. I'm not saying because there's all the terrible things, but we've got to stop treating it like the people that view it, whether they want to or not, because the way that he treated me, he's always treated me great. And I'm not trying to make him look good. But he always has. And I know that in his heart, he didn't want to. It was a coping mechanism. But I was so mean about it and shameful about it. And so it just caused him to curl into a ball in a cave and try to survive. And that's just because of the rhetoric from the church and the way they do things. So no, remove the shame. And that's what needs to be done. And that's why we're here. That is why Nik and I are here, is because we want to help remove that shame. We want people to not feel alone and to change it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't tell you how many bishops approached me because I made it very clear towards the end of me being in the church that every bishop I'd meet, I'd tell them I'm in a 12-step program that's not part of the church. And
well, let's actually get into that. So, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but let's go ahead. I mean, we're 2.5 hours in the interview, and we haven't even started talking about the 12-step program yet. So Donna and Nik, really quickly, how much time do you guys have? I don't know that I asked you. Okay. So let's talk about it. So you guys are on that park bench. You're freaking out. You're crying. You're sobbing. You're terrified. Donna's being the police person. Nik's feeling shameful. Tell us how the story progresses to the point where where the 12-step program becomes a part of this?
Between 2010 and then 2013, so 3 years. It was on and off again. I would constantly find things every 3 months. I was not present for my first 2 children. I kind of just I don't remember a lot of their baby years because this took up so much space. Because I was still like Rebecca, I viewed it as he was cheating on me, and it was traumatic and it was hard. And I would find things, and then, he would sleep on the couch, and it was damaging for our relationship. We would go to bishops and they would just tell him to not look at it again, go to the temple, read the scriptures. They would tell me that it wasn't my fault, but that didn't compute. It didn't make sense that it wasn't my fault, but yet my husband was looking. It didn't make sense. And they were just doing the best they could, but that also wasn't helpful for me. And so it was just 3 years of that. Really, if we just want to cut to the group, I mean, there really isn't much more to that than
it had come to a point where she was so fed up with it that she had threatened our marriage, that if I looked again, she demanded perfection at that point, that no more, or I'm leaving you. And that just scared the crap out of me, that something I'd been struggling with my whole adult life, that all of a sudden I just had to just never do it again, even though I had been struggling for years and years and years to never do it again, that I had to just now do it perfectly. And of course that set me up for failure. It inevitably happened, and I did the typical thing. I went and talked to a bishop, and this bishop had I don't know why all the other bishops didn't know about it, because apparently it's been around for decades, but he introduced me to the church-sponsored 12-step program. Specifically, there was one called Passage, porn and I don't know what the acronym means, but porn and sex
group, porn addiction, support group, something like that.
Porn addiction support group, yeah, something like that. But they had a regular addiction group, but because it was still very taboo, specifically in the church, they created a men's only group that met and was for porn addicts. And so I heard about it. I went and found a meeting and was there, a few days later. And immediately I felt like I was not alone. And it provided a huge sigh of relief, because I felt like everyone else had this problem licked. Why couldn't I fix it? Everybody else is getting the same advice that I know of just read and pray scriptures, and no one's talking about it. So it must be me. I'm the sinner. I'm the cheater. I'm the horrible person. I'm not worthy. I can't do all the other things. I'm not going to get callings. We're not going to be able to go on a mission. I'm seeing my future dwindling away as, what I expected of the endure to the end, because I did all the steps prior to this.
And that's also, before we get too far into that, I would go to church, and I would sit in the church pew, and I would be looking around at all these other women and these other men. I'm like, why is my husband the only one? Why did I get stuck with him? I'm not kidding. I love this guy more than anything, but there were moments where I struggled, and I hated when his family, I love his family, but his grandma has said to me a few times, Nik is so lucky to have you. You guys are just perfect together. And I would sit there in my head and I'd be like, are you kidding me? You don't even know what I have to deal with. I'm suffering over here, because it was such a taboo subject that people didn't talk about it, which I don't really know how you would incorporate that into church, but I would look and I'd be like, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? I have him, and everybody else is sitting there in their church pews with their hymns open, and they're just happy, and they're holding hands, and they have their beautiful kids. And I felt so alone. I have never felt more alone in my life than that moment. And it was hard. It was so hard. So he did one last time look. He went and talked to the bishop. Of course, when we walked out of church and he said, I have a meeting with the bishop in an hour, I immediately go, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And I was not, I'm just being honest here. I was not a nice wife that day. I was looking all over the internet. I was looking, trying to figure out what he did. What did he do wrong? And I did. I took the kids and I left for a night because I couldn't see myself getting to the celestial kingdom if he kept on doing this. And I didn't understand it. That was the problem, was I didn't understand it. And so because the way that church talks about it is just so wrong and damaging, I didn't know how to act about it. And so I did. I left and stayed at my parents' house. That's the only time I've ever left him for the night. But I did. I came back and I said, you cannot look again. And I was actually kind of mad at the bishop because I was like, well, if you say that it's an addiction, then that kind of removes any responsibility from him. Because if you're saying an addiction, like, then where is his responsibility? And so that kind of irritated me. And I was mad at the church for that. And I actually wasn't happy with the Passage group for a long time, actually. But yeah, that leads us to joining Passage. He would go to the porn addicts. I eventually found out that there was one for spouses, so us women could get together. There's also ones for couples who have porn addictions. Like,
so can we back up for a second?
Yeah.
So it started out with Nik going to Passage, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's a Mormon sponsored thing?
Yes.
Yeah. They meet in a seminary building of all places, at least in Mesa. I know other places, like I've been to one in Utah where they just meet in a church building, and some of them do that. But I would show up at a seminary building at the back of a high school, which I imagine some people would probably have an issue with if they knew what was going on. But
so it's a group of how many people?
It was surprising how many people showed up. I thought it was going to be a group of like 3, maybe 4 people, but it was a lot of times we had to go steal chairs from under the room because there was 20, 25 guys that would come in. Sometimes we have to split it into 2 groups of like 15 people each.
And
so
is this the same thing as ARP, the addiction recovery program? It's
a subgroup of it. This is the men's only version.
Okay, so the church has a ARP, addiction recovery program. It's based on the Alcoholics Anonymous 12-step program. But as I understand it, that program is for anyone who has any addiction, including drug addicts, etc. Yeah. And so they have a version of it for just men who are into porn and masturbation, right?
Yes.
And that's called, again, what?
Passage. P-A-S-G.
And so the person who leads that is what?
They are just random folks called to be missionaries. It's
like older couples that are not trained professionals. I hear they get 1 day of training, if that. And these older couples are thrown in to lead these groups of 10, 20, 30 men with no training, no mental health background. It's like these senior missionaries that know nothing about what they're doing. Is that fair to say?
They have a book and that is it. Much of how the church runs is they hand you a book and expect you to know what you're doing. But yeah, lucky for me, in the first Passage group I went to, the missionary was a guy who was a sex addict. So he understood what we were going through. He led the meetings in a good way. He related with us. They pushed a sponsorship program, which was in itself kind of damaging, which I'll get into in just a second. But at first, it was a balm of relief for my soul that I could be amongst people who understood me. I could talk through my problems, and it unloaded a lot of the depression, the shame, and the guilt that I felt from it. That it stopped the spiral that I was in, so that I didn't go to the coping mechanism.
And that's a confusing thing because, and I actually saw this, conversion therapy is something that I've studied a lot about, which is, going to these therapy groups or support groups to try and ungay yourself. And we all know those are condemned by all the mental health associations. However, every gay or lesbian person that I know that's gone to one of these groups would say that there was something good about it. And like you said, just knowing you're not alone, having a place to talk about this, having a place to express, and just the feeling of being in it with other people, it's confusing because that does give you some relief and some joy. And so there's going to be people that say these groups helped me. And you're saying that there was some benefit to you, right?
Yes. And that week, in the same missionary mindset that I was in, they were pushing a sponsorship program that they called the 90-day program. And anybody who's ever been to this, and I heard from subsequent groups that I went to that included a lot of former Passage group members, it was just an intense boot camp of shame, because they take the 12 steps and cram it into 90 days and kind of advertise it as if that's just going to fix you and you're on your way. So a lot of people naturally go right to that. But the first couple steps of it is based off of, Narcotics Anonymous and stuff like that, where a lot of people couldn't really relate. And it's asking them these really just heart-wrenching questions about, because the first step is basically realizing that you're nothing, that it has to break you down, because a lot of people that are actually addicts think that they're all high mighty and they got this handled. But this step would make people feel a lot of shame and depression. So most people that went through this program would drop out after a week, 2 weeks, because it's just too intense of a shaming thing in the first couple steps. And then you get to step 4.
Okay, wait. So let me just go ahead and see if I can put on the screen the 12 steps. Okay, here it is. So for our listeners, for our viewers, I got this from the church's website. The 12 steps of the addictor. Oh, go ahead.
These are kind of the one-word summarizations of it. The ARP guide actually has a little bit more elaborated version, which would kind of help frame it a little bit better.
So I'll read what's here for those who are just listening, and then you can elaborate. So honesty is 1, hope, trust in God, truth, confession, change of heart, humility, seeking forgiveness, restitution and reconciliation, daily accountability, personal revelation, and then service. Okay. So go ahead now and talk about, what your experiences were with those steps.
So step 1 through 3, in a quick kind of summary, is to basically realize in the honesty portion is that I am not enough. Hope is that, God can be enough. And 3 is to just give it to him. So, done properly, those are very hopeful, uplifting. But the way that it was structured in the 90-day program, and sometimes in the Passage meetings, the way that people would talk about it, it was basically just a whole self-deprecating, like, you suck and you're never going to be good and you're never going to have this thing. Your only hope is to give it to God, which, depending on your religion and your beliefs is what a lot of people believe in. But that's not what you want to hear when you're in a shame cycle. And this is your coping mechanism, is to just pile on to that and make it feel even worse. The way that the actual 12 steps frame it are much more supportive and hopeful than what I experienced going through the church's 12-step version. And it's not necessarily the church's fault. They borrowed a lot of that straight from the AA book, the big book, as people would call it. But they did plenty of editing to it, and the missionaries would always do their own interpretations of it, and people in the group would do their own interpretations. And it's just kind of this Mormon culture is to always just knock ourselves down. And it became like, when we go through those, because each week we would read a step and talk about it. When we go through those steps, I would always hear the most just annihilating talk. And it's painful to be amongst that, when I'm trying to be better myself. So once if you could make it through that, then you get to step 4. And this was definitely the gauntlet, because step 4 and 5 are where most people would relapse. And relapse meaning you get back into your coping mechanism, your addiction, because what you're doing is you're going and doing a self-inventory. And again, the way the 90-day program and the 12-step group is, it's heavily about everything you've done wrong and why it's your fault and what character flaws you have that cause that. And in the actual 12 steps, it's supposed to be a very enlightening experience. But again, it's just very self-deprecating, self-annihilating kind of thing to go through this. And some of the 90-day sponsors, they want you to write 300, 400 lines of this, of everything possibly that could be wrong in your life and why it's your fault and what character weakness it has to deal with. So you get this massive list of things that, again, kind of back to the Scientology thing of coming up with things that aren't necessarily true, but you talk yourself into it. Like, I got to the point where I was running out of things at like 200, and that was stretching, but my sponsor kept telling me to keep going. And I blamed my fear of spiders on, I don't remember. That was the only thing I could think of is, a thing that was my fault that was wrong in my life. And it gets to confession, and you're supposed to take this list and go and talk to your bishop, who and again, these guys are just, they were like me, you, they were just sitting in the audience and they got called to be a bishop. So they're not trained to do this. And then I bring in this 6-page list of everything wrong in my life that I need to confess now. And just their eyes were just glazed over after about 15 lines, but I try to get them through the whole list. And then you're supposed to also do the same thing with your sponsor, which then turns into step 6 and 7.
Tell us why that's damaging. Several people wrote in and said truth and confession were the 2 most damaging parts of the 12-step program for them. What's so damaging about doing this massive inventory of all the things you've ever done? Why was that damaging?
Because having been through other 12-step programs and really looked into what the heart of this whole thing had come about, because AA actually is a very beautiful thing, and I'm not knocking 12 steps as a thing, but the church's 12 steps are very broken and misconstrued, because at the heart of step 4 and 5 is it's supposed to go both ways. It's supposed to be everything you did wrong and everything you did right. Everything that's a character weakness that you need to work on, and everything that's a character strength. But that whole other side over here is never focused on. I think I maybe spent 10 minutes on it because it was just this like list a couple character strengths. But it was 300 lines of everything I've done wrong.
Well, and that's hard also when you're going through a program like this, because now you're thinking about it again, and that elephant is now in the room again, and all you want to do is make your bishop, your wife, your ward members, your family members proud, and you don't want to ruin your marriage, and here you are having to dig that all up again, think about all the minute details. I can't even tell you where he was when he was writing this, because he wasn't even like present. Like, he was non-existent, floating through several weeks trying to dig and dig and dig, and I've never seen him so depressed. I also in that moment was like, he better step it up and he better do this, but it was so hard to see, and looking back, it was so damaging. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. I have to go through that and just relive every single thing. And it's like, well, but didn't I already like confess those things to the bishop? Why am I having to, like, red and white as snow? Like why am I having to dig this all back up again? And just, I guess I can kind of see, but it also was damaging at the end of the day. Damaging.
Got it.
And because it's supposed to be an inventory of your life, just an inventory. But the way they frame it is an inventory of everything you did wrong, essentially. So you're going at it with a very colored view of your past, where all you see is every negative thing you've done from the moment you were born. And then you start to kind of look back, and it brought me to a suicidal point a couple of times of like, why should I even be here? Look at all the shitty things I've done to myself, to other people. I don't deserve to live anymore if this is how it's going to keep on going. Yeah. And really, you have to, because a lot of the times as a way to save ourselves from ourselves, our mind will come up with excuses. But in this particular way of doing it, you were coming at it with, this is my fault. How is it my fault? The time that this person threw a cup at me because they were driving by randomly, that's my fault because I wore a t-shirt that invited that, and I suck at dressing. It was just way stretched out ways to blame everything on myself and just really just push myself down as much as I possibly could, to the point where I didn't want to live anymore again. I was back to where I was before my mission, just wanting it to end. And I had to take several breaks from it because I was reliving all these experiences and blaming myself from it. and figuring out what was wrong with my character at the core that would cause this to happen to me. And just couldn't see anything past tomorrow a few times, because I was living 24 hours at a time and just get through today. I don't want to do this anymore. Mm-hmm. And you're supposed to do it in 3 weeks, 300 lines in 3 weeks, just all the time, just coming up with new things. And my sponsor was breaking the rules a little bit with me and allowed me to do it over the course of 2-3 months. So luckily I had a couple breaks where I could pause and continue on with it. But confessing it to him and him going through it, there wasn't
so talk about that step of confession.
Yeah. Confessing it to the bishop. Again, I mentioned he just was eyes glazed and just astounded at all the things I was telling him. Because it was all just a negative view of my life. If anybody could go back and watch their life and just see only the negative things, they would probably be astounded as well. But he was only getting this one version of me, and he hardly knew me. He knew me from the couple of times I came in to confess, and we'd only been in that ward for, a year or two. And so all he saw of me at that point was that version I gave him. No character strengths, no things I did right. It was just everything I did wrong in my life. And then confessing it to my sponsor, he's been through this several times. So it was all just a process and procedure for him. He's don't worry about that. It wasn't really any comforting of, oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you. It's just, yep, keep going. Yep, do it, whatever. And so I finally got to the end of it, and I thought I'd feel relief, but I just, again, going through it all in one sitting and it coming out of my mouth almost made it worse. With the bishop, and
you're going to the bishop in this excruciating vulnerability,
yeah.
And he's like, "You're the 20th guy this month. Can we get through this?" He's looking at his watch,
yeah.
And he's not trained. And how is this even supposed to help you? And I can just see why that would just be humiliating or degrading and just not helpful.
Yeah,
is that right?
Yeah, and we did not exactly that, but a similar thing where we went through basically we gave a timeline to our therapist, and she, having been trained, knowing what to do, was able to coach us through the hard
We weren't
parts
in therapy yet,
yeah.
but yes. We've had the other side.
So to kind of compare it of a bishop who has no idea what he's doing to a therapist who does and is trained in this, was able to comfort me and to give me next steps, and to help me reframe it in a correct way, and to help me deal with the trauma related to it. But yeah, it was, I somehow survived it. I know a lot of guys who didn't, which then moved me on to step 6 and 7.
What do you mean? What do you mean they didn't survive it?
A lot of guys, they just get so much into this and hating themselves that they, so the 90-day program has basically a flunk out way. So if you have to have a perfection of no relapsing or, giving into any sort of pornography or masturbation, even to some people, if they confess that they had, a wet dream, that counted. So they, if they did that, they had to confess that to their sponsor, and then they were kicked out of the 90-day program for a period. The guy who's kind of running the whole thing would send him an email of shame saying, when you're ready to take this seriously, let me know. And then he, basically just berate you and let you in one more time. And I've known guys who've gone through it 4, 5, 6 times dealing with this guy, and they just developed this deep hate for him because he was just expecting perfection out of him, which.
So you're kind of shamed and humiliated if you drop out?
Oh yeah. It was.
How is that Christ-like? How is that in any way Christ-like?
Exactly. And this isn't necessarily church sponsored, but everybody who was in this program was on board with it. They're supporting it. They're pushing it. The missionaries would push it sometimes. And so.
Wait, what do you mean it's not church sponsored?
The 90-day program wasn't necessarily started by the church. It was started by a guy who was in a program and started it. But a lot of it was derived from the 12 steps that the church came out with, and just the way that people would talk about themselves in the meetings and stuff like that. It was all just this whole big weird culture of just expecting perfection when you're in this program.
And again, I may have missed or lost track. So are you talking about a program different than the church's 12-step program?
Subgroup.
Yeah, within the church's 12-step program, they don't really push for sponsorship. So a couple guys got together and created a sponsorship program that they called the 90-day program.
Got it. And was that just local, or is that nationwide, or?
It was nationwide. I was assigned a guy who lived in Scottsdale who was an hour and a half away, which
so
again,
it's kind of an appendage to the church's 12-step program because the church doesn't want that accountability.
Nope.
But having sponsors is kind of a key part of the Alcoholics Anonymous experience.
Yeah.
So it sounds like this is like an unofficial, official, sort of like add-on to the church's 12-step program. And in that culture of, what's it called again?
The 90-day program.
The 90-day program, there's sponsors, but it's very harsh and shaming.
Yes.
But you would say a decent percentage of Mormon men who go through this program participate in this as well?
Pretty much everyone I met. It was almost a expectation that if you're really serious about it, that you were in it.
So it's kind of it's like unofficially official.
Yes. And then there were several missionaries that were like, this is not church sponsored, but I, go to, and when it comes out of the mouth of the missionary, you're like, oh, I should do that.
Oh, so even the leaders of these are Mormon proselyting 19-year-old missionaries. These are the church called missionaries over the 12-step program, the Mormon sponsored 12-step program, telling you to get in the 90-day program, even though it's not officially part of the program.
Correct.
I mean, this sounds like a weird legal maneuver so the church can do the sponsorship thing, but have no liability, honestly.
Exactly. Yeah. It was all very weird, but it was all weird, to begin with, because this is something I've never really been part of, never experienced. So.
And this 90-day thing, it has really harsh, perfectionistic, super judgmental, kind of tough love, but be super mean, and you couldn't cut it. And when are you going to get serious? And if you're not committed and you don't love God and you don't love your wife, is that the type of rhetoric we're talking about here?
That's exactly the rhetoric. Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'd hear from everybody else that I met that had was in it or had flunked out of it. And it's just super shameful, just how it was run. And at the core of all the other Anon groups that I know about and have participated in, a sponsor is not supposed to be some random person like it was. There was a time where I was assigned a guy who was going to BYU. So he was a state away. He was, at that time, I think 4 or 5 years younger than me. Didn't have a wife, didn't have kids. He couldn't relate to me on any level. And it was a struggle just to really kind of talk to this guy. But he was supposed to be my sponsor, guiding me through it. And he'd only been there for 90 days or, thereabouts. So he hardly knew the steps at all, but he was supposed to be the one guiding me through, even though I've been going longer than him. I was older than him. I had a wife and kids. So it was such an awkward, weird program to be part of. And he ended up relapsing and couldn't be my sponsor anymore. So the person I was building a relationship ended up having to get a new sponsor and start over with somebody else. So it's just very weird, very awkward.
And what I've noticed that's particularly disturbing is that none of these people are trained mental health professionals, not the missionaries called to lead the groups, not these sponsor people. So none of this is being done under the supervision of a licensed mental health professional or someone who's trained. And then these sponsors and sometimes these groups can be really deeply abusive. And sometimes they can give horrible recommendations. Like they can, like I have someone close to me who was part of a program with his wife in like the Sandy Draper area, where like the group would tell a wife to kick the husband out. They would put pressure on the couple to potentially even end the marriage taking that, that's something a therapist would never do. A licensed therapist would never, ever, even if there was abuse, they wouldn't say, leave your husband or leave your wife. But these groups, because they're unsupervised, untrained, no ethical oversight at all, sometimes really super harmful and even extreme advice or counsel would be given that could ruin a marriage potentially.
Well, and that's exactly what happened with me. I went to the women's support group, and that was the advice given was, well, if he slips up, then make him sleep on the couch, and, don't let him anywhere near you, and just a very punishing and consequence. And, it was hard. It was really hard for me to go to these women's groups. One, because I felt like I wasn't the problem. Why am I in a 12-step? It was a weird 12-step group for women. Like, they tried to change that 12 steps into what we needed to do as the spouse. It was so weird. And it was weird. And then I would go, and these women would just bash on their husbands the whole time. And I'm like, well, I'm not even getting anything out of this. All I think is how I need to be mad at him. And so it was damaging. Like, I did almost leave him again. And that, it was the end of 2013, beginning of 2014, where I was just like, well, he keeps on having these problems. It's not going to work. And I just deserve better. And I'm not going to get to the highest kingdom. And so, I can't be with him anymore. And it was so hard.
And let me just ask, go back to that situation where you as the wife are being told to okay, and I've heard people in these groups, don't let your husband sleep with you in the bed anymore. Yep. Like, they tell you, kick your husband out of your bed, no more sex, right?
Yep.
Shame him. You're evil. You're dirty. Now you have to sleep on an air mattress, or you have to sleep on the couch. You're in the doghouse.
Yeah.
What does that do? How does that, Nik, you're trying to get better. How does it help you to be kicked out of bed and to be cut off from any sexual intimacy at all? Does that make you healthier? Does that motivate you? Does that make it more or less likely you're going to look at porn or masturbate, in that scenario?
Most of the time, I was on board with it. I was trying to keep my marriage together, and, I loved her, and I wanted to be with her. So I was willing to cooperate. There are a few times that I was just like, no, just because you think something's one way doesn't mean that's the way. And we get in huge fights, and she would, relay something she'd gotten from a group or therapy. And I'm like, that's not us though. That's them. That's not us. You don't need to do what they're telling you.
Because I didn't believe anything he was saying. I was then like, well, then he's obviously doing A, B, C, and D. If he was looking at porn, then he was doing all these other things. So
they teach that, if you're an addict, and you are a liar, and you're in denial. And so the person who's doing very normal things, even Mormon bishops are masturbating and looking at porn. We know that. Stake presidents, mission presidents, all of them, probably general authorities, right? It's so pervasive in our culture. It's happening all the time. But when you're subjecting yourself to this sort of vice grip of shame, then the whole culture of these groups is that you're a dirty, lying, dishonest scumbag. You can't be trusted. You're worthless. And they're feeding those messages to the wife in this case. And so she thinks you're terrible and horrible and can't be trusted. What does that do to the mental health of the people involved and to the marriage? What does that do?
It was so hard. I was on alert all the time, watching his every move. Like I said, it was hard for me to be present with my girls in those early years because I was just so focused on this. And it was damaging. It was so damaging for our relationship. We struggled, almost ended it. And because I thought that was the right thing to do, because obviously I could go find another man that wouldn't look at pornography that could take me to the celestial kingdom, because that was my goal, to go to the celestial kingdom. And the only way I could do that was to get rid of him and to find another man that would do better.
And there was a period where she felt she had to go on antidepressants because it was getting so bad. And for a while, I had a wife who was just vacant. the antidepressants just numbed her so much. And it made me feel even worse because it felt like I was causing that I was causing the depression, and that I was even worse of a person because I'm killing my wife. I'm causing her to have suicidal thoughts and be depressed, and pushing her to the breaking point just because I can't fix myself like Joe Schmo, in 3 pews ahead of me. Like I'm just a horrible person. And it would go through these cycles where I would be fine, I would be doing great, I'd be moving along the steps, I'd be meeting with my sponsor, and then something would make me think a provocative thought, and it just became this infection in my mind. And it didn't even have to be anything. There was like ads on Circle K for people going to the lake because I was suppressing my sexuality so much that just seeing pictures of like people in bikinis.
Anything would trigger it.
Yeah, I was trying to suppress this so much that anything would set me off, and it became compulsory. And then I, would have to do the whole process again, where I confess to the bishop, I confess to her, I go sleep on the couch for a week, a month, however long it takes until she feels comfortable with me being back in the bed. And several times I just kept wondering, I was like, what's the point of continuing on with this? I'm being honest. And that's the thing is I knew other guys who were just doing it because they wanted to and were lying about it. They weren't getting punished, but I was, because I was being honest. I was trying to do the right thing. I was trying to make myself better. And yet I felt like I was just constantly just getting the hammer down on me because of that.
It was very interesting because like I said, there's couples groups as well. And so we went to those a few times, and it was just so depressing to see the guys just not even be present. And the wives, we'd all be sitting next to them sobbing and terrified that here we are, but the men were never present. And it was just so sad. Like,
what was that about?
It was like a couples group working through the 12.
But why were the men, why do you guess the men were not present?
Because of the shame. They felt shame that they were having to sit there and that their wives brought them there, and they were doing what they could to save their marriage, I'm assuming. But yeah, they were just not even present. It was just shame. Like,
it was clear from the way their demeanor and the way that they're sharing that they weren't there because they wanted to be. They were there because they had to be. It was that or get a divorce.
Sad. It was so sad.
And even most importantly, does it work? Did these groups help you, Nik? Did they make it better? Did they help you change your behavior? Was it effective in any way?
It helped for a while because it was something new and it was something different that I could cling to. And the more I felt like I, wanted to go back to the addiction, the more I go to that instead. So I was calling my sponsor a lot. I was trying to do this and trying to do that, and involved in the program. I was trying to build relationships with people in the program because I figure if I could be friends with these other people and have talks with them, that we could talk ourselves out of it. But it was very clear that when I would go to these 12-step groups, that a lot of these guys were just there because they had to be. Their bishop told them to be. Their wife told them to be. Everybody would show up and just immediately just bolt. Nobody wanted to be there to make friends.
To make relationships. Because the opposite of addiction is connection. And that wasn't there.
There's a great TED talk about that, about how people come out of the hospital for months having been given essentially medical heroin, and yet they don't turn into addicts. And, there's a big debate about it, but it's true. When I was having connections with these people, and when I felt like I wasn't alone, and when I felt like I was working towards something better, like it wasn't something that I needed. But when I was alone, when I was depressed, when I was struggling, my brain had built those pathways to go right back to that coping mechanism. And so it was just something that I would compulsively do. And the more I fought it, the worse it became. And
there wasn't the connection in the church's 12-step. It wasn't until we found the next program, and that's where he found the connection. But the church's 12-step program was go in there, check off a box, and let's get out.
Yeah.
No connection.
Kind of like home teaching, kind of like church Boy Scouts, right?
Even just Sunday, go to church 3 hours and go home.
Checking the boxes. I'm going to bring in some comments from from some of our listeners. Akeem writes, the shame is the reason why it doesn't work. If you don't feel accepted for the way you are, you can't go on and move beyond your current state. You stay bound to it.
Yeah.
That's a good comment. Akeem, Truth Life Seeker writes, my 12-step program told me that I should voluntarily separate myself from my wife and kids for 6 months with no contact if I masturbated. Think about that.
I knew wives like that went through that. Either their husbands voluntarily left or they forced their husbands to leave and have that no contact for 6 months. I know women.
Yeah, this should be illegal. Like groups or coaches that are telling husbands they're not worthy to be with, or telling husbands or wives that they're not worthy to be with their husbands and wives, that they need to separate from the kids so the kids don't have one of their parents in the home, and they need to have the extra expense of go living somewhere else and all that shame. That should be illegal. Someone should be prosecuted and put in jail for breaking up a family that way and adding that much stress. This isn't just like isolated incidents. This is happening all up and down the Wasatch Front. It's happening in Arizona, in Boise. It's happening all around the U.S. I don't know about internationally, but like that stress that's being introduced to the marriage and to the children and to the family is heinous, and it should be illegal.
And it's perpetuating a horrible cycle. I mean, I've seen news reports about the fact that the highest pornography use is in Utah, and that makes sense because it's such a shame culture built around it that just feeds in itself, and it just keeps the user going.
Absolutely. So Oil Stories, and I think she actually served as one of these missionaries. She writes, all of this is suddenly reminding me of the member custodian program. The LDS Church is too cheap, despite having over 120 billion in the pocket, to make sure 12-step program actually has professionals running it. So Oil Stories is saying this is a great use of 120 billion plus dollars in reserves. Why couldn't the church invest a little bit in a legit program that has professionals running it so that marriages and lives don't get wrecked?
Yes.
And it was very clear that those missionaries didn't even want to be there, that they felt like they were dealing with lesser people. It's
a calling, right?
Leper colony, and it still bugs me to this day, the fact that there was this couple that was serving in an ARP group.
Yeah, because we also went to those too. Like, I was trying to be a good wife, so we also went to like the regular addiction group from the church together, because both men and women could go there together.
And this particular program, it started out where they would go around and they would introduce themselves by first name and their addiction. And if you're not comfortable saying it, you're just saying, I'm an addict.
Hi, everyone. I'm John. I'm an addict, right?
Yeah. So, hi, I'm Nick. I'm an addict. And hi, I'm Susie. I'm an alcoholic. I am whatever. And they go around the room and, gambling, legitimate addictions, people that wanted to be better. And then it got to the missionary couple. And for some reason, this guy felt he had to make a joke in that moment every time. And he'd say, hi, I'm Elder. I'm addicted to being addicted. And, it bugged me so much. I'm like, why are you making fun of these people? These people are hurting, and you're mocking it. Why? What do you get out of this?
Yeah. It was sad.
And by the way, like the Porn Kills Love group, or there are these groups that really do say that looking at pornography or masturbating is the exact same neurological process as being addicted to cocaine or meth or heroin. And as a psychologist, as someone with the PhD in psychology, it's not at all the same. It is not the same. Like that's like saying somebody who eats food 3 times a day is a food addict. Like the neural pathways, the neurological processes for needing some sort of sexual release on some sort of regular basis, and the use of images sometimes as a way to facilitate that, is in no way comparable to the chemical processes involved in drug or alcohol addiction. They're not even comparable. So it's damaging to make them comparable, And it's comparable to take something so natural and healthy, which is finding some sort of regular sexual release, and pathologizing it and putting on the level of a drug or an alcohol addiction. It's in no way the same thing. And it's dishonest, unhelpful, and harmful to put them on the same level.
That was one of the most harmful parts of it all, was just the trying to compare it and make it so equal to something that isn't.
And on that same point, like, there are legitimate sex addicts, I believe, because I've been going to SA groups for a number of years, and these are people who legitimately need to be there. And they need that in their lives. But the way that the church just kind of bundles in everybody who looks at porn on a semi-regular basis.
Yeah, like a lot of these guys will go 3 or 4 weeks without masturbating.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are cut off from any sex with their wife at all. So any of you out there, try and go a month with no sexual activity as an adult.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to masturbate, and your spouse isn't having sex with you because she's been told you're evil. That's, and so some of these men are calling themselves addicts when they might have an orgasm once a month. Right?
Yeah.
That's not an addiction on any level.
No. And there's been many doctors who've written books about it, that support that are psychologists, and they've dealt into the whole neurological pathways that are built with it. And pretty much every single thing I've read on it is that pornography is not at there. It's when you go much, much further and dealing with all this kind of stuff.
Right.
So
a couple other comments. Justin writes, unfortunately, not even the trained church services are healthy. LDS family services, or a lot of the therapists that bishops will refer to, were awful experiences and just reinforced everything I was hearing at church. So a lot of the therapists and counselors, whether or not LDS family services is still around, a lot of the therapists that are the Mormon believing therapists that bishops are comfortable referring to do not treat this in an ethical way. They treat it in a religious way, and they do more harm than good. Is that your guys' experience as well?
Yes. Yep.
Well, I think you've actually been to one of those therapists, haven't you?
When he got sent home from his mission the first time, my bishop referred me to his brother, and who's a therapist. I don't know if he was family services or not, but I went to 2 sessions with him to try to get therapy from this. And it was just shame ridden. I had to read the Miracle of Forgiveness. All that awfulness. And I just went back to his office the 3rd time and dropped off the book, and a different book, but I dropped off his book I was borrowing and left. I couldn't go back. It was just so much shame and guilt. So that was my only experience with an LDS therapist.
Yeah.
I mean, I did later, and that's what we're going to go into is what happens next.
Okay, so just a couple other thoughts. Wendy says increased shame is like pouring gasoline on a fire when it's being told it is the solution. All these groups that amp up the shame they're making it worse, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Jonathan writes, my dad was a great doctor, but he struggled with getting close to us. He went to a Mormon therapist, and he told my dad to withhold love and attention to me and my brothers for leaving the church. He didn't speak to us for a year. We never recovered. In the end, he knew he was wrong, but we never reconciled, and my dad had a massive stroke and died. What if that untrained Mormon therapist had told him something else? So that's not specifically about porn and shame and masturbation, but it's about how unprofessional some of these Mormon trained therapists can be. Oil Stories writes, we're all doing open heart surgery on each other, not knowing what the heck we're doing. Oh, well, there's another cadaver if you mess this one up. And that's true. This isn't just drama. Lives and families and marriages are at stake. And this is all just super serious. Okay, so Donna, why don't you take us to what's next in your story, and where did you guys go from these awful, terrible 12-step programs the church was recommending?
Well, you would think that maybe the church might make me feel better about it. I actually became heavily suicidal, and I didn't know who to talk to. I didn't know what to do. Because I thought that if I could just leave, then I wouldn't be the problem anymore, because I still thought that I was the problem, that I wasn't good enough. And so I met a friend at a park one day, and I was too ashamed to say pornography. So I like whispered while our kids were playing, and I was like, have you ever heard of the P word? And I'm so thankful for her because she pointed me in the direction of a therapist, an actual therapist who could help me. Now, that is where a lot of things changed for me. That started February of 2014. And I went to therapy. I had individual therapy, I had group therapy, and then we also had couples therapy. And Nik did some of his own therapy there too. But to get out, she helped me to heal from the damages of what the church had put into us with the 12-step program and all the shame and all the guilt. I had a ton of anger. I had so much anger towards him and pornography. And I was sad and depressed. And she was the one that was able to help me get out. And I would have never found her had I not asked that friend at the park. I'm just so thankful for her pointing me in the right direction. And with that, I don't remember how he found out about it. I think it might have been a friend from therapy introduced me to her sister, who her husband was then going to some SA groups or SAA, one of the two, a non-church affiliated, a non-denominational 12-step program. And then Nik started to go to that. So I was doing therapy. I stopped going to the couples therapy because it was just so damaging. Everything that you said, I mean, I don't even know how you know this stuff, John, but yeah, everything that you said, to make him sleep on the couch, to, maybe he needs to go stay with his parents for 6 months. I thought about that. Like, what would be the logistics? Because we couldn't afford a new place. But then he'd have to go stay with his parents. And we already know what happened last time that he got in trouble with his tail between his legs when he went to his parents. So I didn't want to put him through that again. So yes, all of that stuff was happening. So I had to stop going. I had to stop going to those spousal groups and start to find help and to start healing. And so I started to go to therapy. He started to go to SA groups.
She said couples therapy. She meant the couples like groups that like the church had sponsored, right? Because we went to couples therapy with the therapist.
Yeah, no, we did with the therapist. That's what I was saying. Yeah. Earlier, I was talking about the couples couples addiction group. Just
want to clarify that point, that couples therapy was very beneficial for us with an actual therapist, but the couples groups
with the church's program, no good. No. And so that's when I started to find things. And the interesting thing through all of this was my therapist, she, because I had so much anger and I was just not able to get past it, one way that she helped me to get through it was to write letters. And so I would write letters to him in the back of a notebook he's never seen before, and he will never see. And I just wrote out all my anger, wrote it, all of it. I was just pouring it into the letter. And she said, I want you to write 4 letters. I want you to write a letter of anger. I want you to write a letter of sadness, a letter of acceptance, and then a letter of appreciation. I was like, I don't know how I'm ever going to accept and appreciate this. I think you're off your rocker. And she's like, no, just go with me on this. You might go between anger and sadness and write many letters of both, back and forth, but stay with me. And so that's what I did. And we can talk more about those letters later. But I went through therapy, worked on those letters, worked on healing, and he went to the groups.
I started also seeing
really quick, Donna. So number one, the most important thing you said is find a licensed therapist who is a specialist and who knows what they're doing. And unfortunately, they probably need to be, it's probably important that they're not Mormon, unfortunately, or that they are really well trained in this, because go ahead. Because like what, if you, how do you know if you have a good therapist? So like, let's say you're sitting in front of a good therapist, a trained therapist, and you're like, My husband's terrible. My husband looks at porn. He's a cheater. I want to kick him out. I've kicked him out. What's a good therapist going to say that's different from the way the church or these 12-step programs handle this sort of thing? How do you know when you're dealing with a healthy, effective therapist? What do they say?
And the interesting thing is that she was Mormon, temple going, very, but that church was never brought into the therapy room. Ever. Scripture was never used, that sort of thing. So I felt like I could trust her because I was still very active. But just what made me feel like she was a good therapist was just that she could validate me and she could help walk me through the pain. She didn't disregard my pain. She didn't, shut me down. There was one thing that was said at one point was just that men don't need sex. And unfortunately, I kind of did run with that. But it didn't feel right to me. But that was the only thing out of all my years with her as my therapist that I, scratched my head on. But other than that, I don't know how to answer, I guess, per se, if there was a good therapist or not, but just that I felt comfortable sharing these deep, dark moments with her. And she didn't shut me out. She didn't make it sound too easy. Like, she sat with me in those moments and helped guide me through those moments. And she still valued my husband like I valued him. Like, she still knew that he was important to me. She didn't just say, kick him out, he doesn't deserve you. Like that's not what she did. That wasn't her rhetoric. So, but she, like, I was trained as a licensed marriage and family therapist, sex addiction, those type of things. So that's why I went to her, and the story just gets better.
And she didn't have like a scripted agenda of this is how a woman is supposed to be. This is how a good LDS woman is supposed to be. She listened to her and address what she was talking about and never try to be like, well, that's not how you're supposed to think. You're supposed to think this way. Unless it was something clearly wrong, like you wanted to commit suicide or something like that. But it's not like, no, you're supposed to always support your husband.
No, it was definitely life-changing, and going to see that therapist was what helped to change our marriage and to save it, because that was not what I was getting at the 12-step groups.
Yeah, a certified sex therapist is a great, because they are taught about sexuality and healthy sexuality, and they're taught about this idea that porn addiction really isn't a thing. There are people that compulsively look at porn or compulsively act out with sex. I'm not saying that those people don't exist, but what the Mormon Church what the Mormon Church calls porn addiction does not exist. It literally doesn't exist.
Yes.
It's just healthy men and women who occasionally need some type of sexual release. And sometimes they choose to do that through masturbation. Sometimes looking at images helps them. It's not an addiction. It's not even a sin. It's not a problem. Mm-hmm. And a licensed, a competent mental health professional, and certainly a licensed sex therapist, is going to be able to understand that. And anybody who treats just normal sexual behaviors as an addiction, it's kind of malpractice. It's completely irresponsible. Yeah. So Donna, just having someone listen to you helped you start treating Nik better. What were the things that turned you around in terms of how you were thinking about Nik and how you were treating Nik?
It was a journey. Through therapy, that's where I was actually able to view my rape as a rape and to see what it was and to stop owning that and carrying the burden, which then also enhanced our sex life because I was able to remove that and I was able to be present. Then it led to...
Let me just be clear about that. You had unresolved trauma.
Yes.
And I'm guessing a lot of the spouses, and I'll say wives in this case, who are most traumatized by their spouse's pornography use, sometimes they have unresolved trauma in their own lives.
Yes.
And if you don't get treated for a rape or an assault or sexual abuse by a parent, that can really amplify the negativity in the relationship between you and your spouse. And so you seeking treatment for your past assault or rape is going to help heal you so that then you can show up better with intimacy in your marriage, which is going to be part of the solution. Sorry, I just had to repeat that.
No, absolutely. That's absolutely one of the first steps that led us into the right direction, was then I could then see him as my husband and not as my abuser over and over and over again. And so, and then also my therapist also helped me to separate Nik into two people. There was the person that was acting out in shame and looking at pornography, that was stuck in a cycle that was placed on him at the church. But then there was also my husband that loved me, that took care of me, that treated me so well and treated our kids so well. And so instead of always just seeing him as an addict that was never going to get anywhere, that God could never forgive. Side note, I know that there are some LDS people that might be listening to this. Even my mother might be listening to this. And I know that she would say that the atonement is there and that Jesus will heal everything. And that's what the atonement is for. Until you've lived in this, that isn't exactly what is told to you. They might tell you that to keep you going, but underlying, it's like, well, you still did this, and pounding on and on and on. So yes, I understand that some might believe in the atonement, but that's not what's taught in these. And so I was able to separate my husband into two beings. Instead of being one, he was two. And I was able to forgive and work through this person that was the addict. And I say addict like this. In that moment, he was the addict because that was the rhetoric I had. And then I was able to see my husband. And I was able to differentiate the two of them, which was able to bring healing because I was able to separate them. Because it's true. When he was looking at pornography, he wasn't always present. But he was still my husband and he still loved me. It was a very weird thing to go through, but also super healing in the process. And so I went through that. And then the part that really started to make me forgive him, and whatever your question was, I cannot remember exactly what the wording was that you used, but how to view it differently. Is that what the question was? Or how to start
view him differently?
It was me starting to question the church. I had questions. What makes me better than Nik? Why would anybody else? I mean, if I look outside my window right now, there's 5 other houses I can see, and all of them, I don't know how many of them are Mormon, if any at all. So what makes me better than any of them? Why would I get to go to some high part of heaven and they wouldn't be able to go to heaven? So I started having some questions with the church and with God. And I started to just ask these questions. And it wasn't feeling right to me. The November 15 policy, why should they get to have any say on who gets baptized just because their parents, have a different sexual orientation than the church would like? And so all of these questions just started to I started to pull back from who I used to be. And I started to say, what are you doing, Donna? Why are you thinking like that? You are no better than anybody else. That car driving on the road next to me, they also get to go to heaven. Because guess what? Jesus died for him. If that's what you want to believe, that Jesus died for him, why wouldn't he be able to go? Because he'd have to be Mormon to go. I just was so confused. And I started questioning, and it all just blew up. And by doing so, I then stopped being a judgy Mormon and let Christ do the judging, right? And let him do all of the thinking and the fixing and the solving and the knowing how to. And I just became Donna, and I just became his wife. And I remember there was one time, because he would come to me, and I have to confess some things, and it was hard for years. It was really hard. We had to make boundaries. We couldn't talk about it in our bedroom, because that's our sacred spot, so I had to be in the office. And so he'd be like, Donna, can I talk to you in the office? And I was like, yep, okay, I know what this is. And I would get so upset all those years, but now it was changing. And I remember the first time he came and he told something and my reaction was different. And I said, okay, is there anything else? And he's like, no, that was it. And I was like, okay, do you know that I still love you? And he just sat there. And it was a moment that I saw things changing because I didn't view him as a terrible person, and it didn't matter. Like, and I don't want to make it sound like trivial, but it didn't matter anymore. Like, it was no longer my responsibility to shame him. It was no longer my responsibility to do that to him. My responsibility was just to love him. And that was it. And so my journey continues out of the church, and here we are.
No, that's beautiful. So Nik, how is that for you? Instead of having her get ragey and mad and angry and want to kick you out or yell at you, what was that like for you to have her response be, I love you?
It was startling, to be honest, because I had become used to, all right, it's, get yelled at time. And, there were times where I would just try to hide it as best I could, but eventually I knew she's going to just find out, because I would always feel guilty and she could almost like sense my guilt. And I didn't want to carry that around with me. And so I would, like she said, we go to a place and I'd tell her, and it became just always I'd sit there and just take it.
It was not healthy, so damaging. And that's where I am sorry.
Yeah. And so I'd take it and take my licks and, just feel crappy that I did it, but happy that, it's not on my shoulders anymore. And then when that happened and she didn't react that way, and it was just from a place of love instead of shame, I was just shocked. I was like, wow, this is how it can be. And I felt like we were at such a better place in our marriage immediately, that she was seeing me for who I was instead of who she was expecting me to be, and constantly berating me for not being that person. And the shame had just lifted off of me, and I knew that I didn't have to fear her and fear my actions. And it again, like when I first started going to ARP programs, it had stopped the shame cycle. I wasn't going to that, to my coping mechanisms anymore. I started going to her more because I felt like I could trust her. Mm-hmm. That when I would tell her something, that I wouldn't get the, why aren't you being the thing that you're supposed to be? This Peter Priesthood-y thing that I had built up in my imagination.
The thing I wrote down on my young woman's list of all the things and the qualities that I want in a husband, he wasn't meeting those.
Yeah.
And now I removed that list, and
she was loving me for me and at the place I was, which allowed me to finally start crawling my way out of this spiral that I've dug myself into for years. And it enhanced every aspect of our marriage. We started talking about things that we could never really talk about because I didn't feel like I could trust my inner, deeper, darkest, most secrets with her. Even after being married for 7-8 years, there were things about me she still didn't know, because I felt like if she did know, then that would be it. Because I felt like we were always on a razor thin edge of like, she's just going to fall over the edge and just leave me. But I felt like I could talk to her about my past finally, and could try to relate a little bit what I was dealing with. And when I started doing that and digging deeper to not just the symptom of wanting to go to my compulsions, going to my coping mechanisms, but what was actually causing it, it started to just heal. I could heal. And we could talk about the traumas and the stresses and everything we were going with. And we grew as a couple so much more than I thought could ever be possible. Mm-hmm. After 8 years, I'm I'm finally getting to know my wife. So it's been amazing.
Yeah. And, we're getting a lot of beautiful reactions from our listeners. Night Rider says, Nik, that was powerful. Moonman 55 writes, you guys did the hard work. Amazing. Let's see. Juliet's day 2 says, my heart so beautiful and full of love. Alyssa writes, so many couples need to hear this. Oil Stories writes, from a place of love instead of shame, reminds her of people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Beautiful thoughts, Nik. Night Rider says, you two are awesome. And I'm just going to say, amen. I had an almost identical experience with Margie. I'm one of those weird guys. I never masturbated before I was married, not even on my mission, not once, never. But then after I got married and after we had our first kid, and I would sometimes, I started, and I went, I don't know, 10, 15 years and did that privately, felt awful, felt dirty, felt terrible. And at a really low point in our marriage, I wanted out of the marriage, and I wanted to undermine it. And so I just figured I'm going to undermine it with the truth. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tell Margie that I sometimes masturbate and look at images, and she'll be so sad and angry at me that she'll kick me out. And then I can get out of the marriage because I'm not happy in the marriage. And what was just so mind blowing is almost an identical experience. I told Margie that I sometimes looked at porn and masturbated defiantly. She cried, but then she said, I love you anyway. And it's okay. And if you do that, I'm not going anywhere. I don't judge you. And she did say, hey, but let's talk about it. If there are ways we can have a better sex life, or if there's a way that I can meet your needs more, I would love to just work on having a better levels of intimacy. But I love you no matter what, and I'm not going anywhere. And what was so mind-blowing for me is that I had tried for years and years and years. I wasn't looking all the time. I wasn't even looking every week. It would be something that would come and go. It would be occasional. I'd do it for a little bit and then stop for a long time. But I was never able to stop. And what was mind-blowing to me is, as soon as Margie said, I love you, I don't care, I love you anyway, from then on, you could just see my frequency just drop. And the levels of desire or the pull or the drive or the obsession went from high to almost never, and it's never really come back. And once I was able to be super vulnerable with Margie and tell her my deepest, darkest secret, and she loved me anyway, we were able to start building levels of emotional intimacy that we had never had before. And from that low point in 2011 to today in 2020, we've had 9 years of just this amazing ascent into a better and a better and a better and a better and a healthier marriage. And what I'm just surprised at is how much my messed up thinking around sex and shame and pornography just almost disappeared once I was able to start having healthy emotional intimacy with my wife. It's been it's the closest thing I've experienced to magic in a relationship. And it's all been by doing the opposite of what the church taught, of thinking about things in an opposite way. And I hate to, and I'll just bring this point up too. I'm not saying the cure to this problem is to leave the church, but something you said, Donna, was really powerful. For so many people, whether it's obsessive compulsive disorder, scrupulosity, compulsive pornography viewing, the answer is to lose your faith in the church, only because it is the church's toxic messages about the high stakes, about sex indiscretion being next to murder, deeply sinful, evil, addiction. All of that is toxic and damaging and makes the problem worse. And if you can find your way to just stop believing in any of that, all the high stakes goes away, all the shame goes away. And ironically, you find yourself thinking about and doing the toxic behaviors less because you're no longer believing all these toxic messages about shame and about sexuality. Now, that's my experience. Donna, you're shaking your head, nodding your head.
I feel like I'm just a bobblehead over here while you're talking. Yes, yes. And whoever made that comment earlier about doing the work, I'm not going to say that the work was easy. I'm not saying that this happened overnight. I went to a therapy session and it was fixed. No, this was a long time coming. This was another, let's see, I started therapy February 2014. Then it probably wasn't for another 2 years, 2.5 years before I was able to say that. It was hard. And while we were in the work, there were many times that I would fight with myself. Let's just go back. I know that life back there. I know that. But I had come so far, I couldn't go back through that again. And so I knew the only way to get through it was just to keep going forward. And it was hard. I am not saying that it was easy. And I'm not saying, and I don't want to undermine or make any women feel less. It wasn't that I was like, yay, he looked at porn. No, it still hurt a little bit. But I still had to tell him how much I loved him because that was the truth. And so it was work on both of our parts. We showed up every day and we showed up and we did the damn work and we got here. And that's where we are. And it was not easy. So it wasn't the church's 12-step program that saved us. That nearly ruined us because I held him at such a high standard. And I would not wish that upon anybody. In the moment, I thought that it was working. But really, it was just ticking away at me and damaging us and knocking us down. And it was not helpful. So that's where we are. And
Nik, did you experience a decrease in desire as as Donna showed to you unconditional love and acceptance? And as you guys started to build a healthier sex, as Donna got healthy with her past trauma and with her own body and her own sexuality, as you guys started having better sexual intimacy and more importantly, better emotional intimacy. And as Donna showed to you unconditional love and acceptance, even if you looked at porn, even if you masturbated, what did that do to your desire to view porn?
It's just like you're saying, where it at first was, I mean, we had rough patches in our marriage, and it was sometimes out of defiance, and I didn't want to be married anymore. Maybe if we're not married anymore, I could just do this, because we were having such always a battle about everything. And when we finally started to really work on ourselves and each other, and she came to that perspective of love instead of anger, because I felt the anger. She said she just had so much anger for me and my addiction that I felt it. She wasn't, I don't know if she's trying to hide it, but she wasn't doing a good job. I just felt always like my wife was so angry at me. And so I didn't want to be a part of it. And then when it did that complete turn, not overnight again, but each time I would talk to her, and it would be less of a shock and anger from her. And then eventually she'd just, okay, I still love you. That it just started to go away. It had been very deeply embedded in my brain, to where that was a thing that my brain goes to for its coping mechanisms. The same with food and with other things. But it's not like it was before, where immediately when my boss was getting on my back, I'd pull out my phone and start doing things, just because that's what I trained my brain to go to, and stuff like that. So I actually am much healthier now that I'm working on myself and that we're working on each other, that I sit in it. And that's the best thing to do, honestly, sometimes, to just sit in it and figure out what is causing all of this pain and stress, so that you can actually work on getting better at it. And that came from years of therapy and doing the steps the correct way, and really working on a committed relationship with her, to where I am working on myself instead of just jumping right to the thing that's supposed to make me happy, but in reality was just making things so much worse, not just for our relationship, but for me.
Can you imagine that? Like, he's actually working on this stuff, and we're no longer part of the church's 12-step program, which is what they kind of were going for, maybe. Like, it's so different now. Life is so different.
It's so beautiful. And I just want to add something that people really struggle with is they have it in their minds. The goal is never masturbating again and never looking at porn again. And I'm just going to tell you, as a psychology PhD, as someone who's dealt for 10, 20 years with couples in this problem, the worst thing you can do is have a goal that says they'll never masturbate again and never look at porn. Even if you believe that porn and masturbation are evil, it is still the worst thing you can do to have the goal that they never look at porn and never masturbate, because that is literally going to increase the likelihood that they're going to look at porn and masturbate. So the best thing you can do is never set that as a goal. Set as your goal unconditional love and acceptance, unconditional positive regard, improving your sex life, improving your emotional intimacy with each other. And what you'll find is that the desire will go down and the frequency will go down. And if you don't think that a reduction in behavior is an improvement in any other thing, eating too much, drinking too much, whatever the thing is, wouldn't you want a decrease in consumption of alcohol if alcohol was a problem? Wouldn't you want a decrease in overeating if eating was a problem? And what I'm telling you is, if you can take this leap of showing unconditional love, showing unconditional trust, getting yourselves both well, learning to have better sexual intimacy, learning how to develop better emotional intimacy, you will see significant decreases, if not an elimination in the bad behavior. You'll see significant decreases. And that should be something that we all want. That shouldn't just be something that, that should be something that we all want. It's just significant reductions in the problematic behavior. And you're not going to get to that by having a zero tolerance abstinence mindset. You're going to get to a significant reduction by having unconditional love, by having great intimacy and connection, by getting rid of the shame, and by showing love. That's my view.
And the reason it doesn't work is because you're just dealing with a symptom of the actual problem. For most people, it's shame. For a lot of people, it's trauma, and it's also just built-in
unhealthy coping
compulsions and coping mechanisms that you've just told your brain, this is how I seek the happiness, the dopamine. And so the reason it doesn't work is you're just dealing with the very end product. It's like saying, don't get hives. Well, what do you do when you get hives? You eat something you're allergic to or something like that. You don't just say, don't get hives. You do the things necessary to prevent it. So in the same way, I had to deal with what was causing the shame. And so I worked on dealing with my traumatic past. I worked on retraining my brain to not immediately go to it, but instead seek out the connection with my partner and with other people, and really just get rid of the things in my life that are causing shame. And I ended up following the same path. I was, for a long time, I don't know how much further you want to go. We're almost at 4 hours.
I wanted to say this really quick.
Yeah.
The things that didn't work for us was the church's 12-step program and our bishop. We had a bishop one time tell me that, and granted, he's one of my favorite bishops. So nice. But he just told me that something that works for another couple in the ward is that the wife is ready to have sex at any time that the husband needs it, so that he doesn't look at pornography. So if he calls you at lunch and needs to have sex at lunch, if he's having thoughts, that you need to be ready for him. Now, we never went that route because this guy respects me. And he's like, I'm not doing that. I'm not using you as a tool and an item. That's not going to work. But those methods do not work.
Yeah, she's the mother of my children. That's a horrible way to think about it.
So anybody that's like, if you still whatever your ideas are, like the church's 12-step program doesn't work, and having sex and getting married to have sex doesn't work. Like, you have to heal from the inside out, and you have to have a connection, because the opposite of addiction is connection. And so
emotional connection.
Yes.
And again, that's putting the burden on the wife. It's not the wife's job to be sexually available so the husband will change his behaviors in some way. No, that's just like the modesty messages and the rape culture. It's not a woman's fault. No matter how she dresses, if a man decides to rape, that's on the man. Mm-hmm. And if Nik has to learn healthier coping, if Nik has to learn better distress tolerance, whatever Nik has to learn to heal from things, it's not Donna's job to make herself sexually available. Now, having said that, I think it's also true that improved emotional and sexual intimacy will fill our souls and needs in ways to where we'll feel less of a desire to look for unhealthy coping. Mm-hmm. But that's not Donna's job. That's each person's job to get healthy, and then to get a healthy relationship between each of you.
Yeah.
Really quick, Donna, one of our listeners is asking, how did you get over looking at porn as cheating? How did you get beyond that? And then she also asks, so is porn okay? Are you basically saying porn is awesome? Are we all now pro porn? We addressed that earlier. Yeah. Donna, why don't you go ahead and address that now?
How did I get over the idea that it wasn't cheating anymore? It was through therapy, to learn that it was not my fault, and that it was his own choosing, that I was not in any way connected to it. So, sometimes when spouses cheat, it's because their wife or their husband pissed them off, and they want to go find better. They want to go find that connection. They want to go do that with somebody that's going to make them feel better or whatever. And so I was able to separate and realize that's not what he's doing. Like, this is a coping mechanism, a trauma response, and that's where he's going with that. It just took a lot of years for me to just stop owning it. I just kind of had to separate. I didn't want to be involved with the addict over here. I wanted to love my husband. So I was no longer dealing with with both of them. I chose to deal with my husband and look at him as my husband, and to heal my relationship from the addict and to remove myself from that. It was not overnight. It is something that we have still dealt with, that we had still been working on. And it's just been every single time it just gets easier, in the sense that I no longer view it as cheating. I no longer view him as doing awful to me. He is still my husband. And that's, it's just practice and repetition and going through it and forgiving him. And just honestly, when he would tell me that, I would sit here and I would kind of build like kind of a wall to the addict person, right? And I just wouldn't let his stuff come to me. I made him own it, and he held it, and he kept it himself. And then I was safe behind this wall where my husband sat with me. And it no longer affected me in that way. Now, is it always easy every time that he comes and tells me that, yes, he looked at pornography? We also don't have that kind of relationship where he has to come and confess anymore. So that kind of has made it easier. Sometimes, if I'm not in a good spot, I'd be like, might not feel the best. But it lasts for 2 seconds and then it goes on. Like, I made the choice. Let's just end that there. I made the choice to no longer put myself through that crap of having to look at it as cheating. Period. That's what it was I chose to do that. He couldn't do that for me. I chose to do that through my healing. That's what I needed to heal, was to not own it and look at it as cheating.
Yeah. And I'm going to second something I heard you kind of say offhand a little bit. In my relationship with Margie, it's no longer something that we talk about. It's not Margie's job to be a Catholic priest and hear my confessions. Like, what I do in the bathroom is my business. And I'm not saying, like, because Margie and I have such a great relationship, my desires to masturbate or look at porn are very, very low. So I'm not saying that this is like compulsions and extreme behaviors at all, but I'm just saying that we have a relationship now that's basically what I do is my business, what Margie does is her business, and we have a great sex life together, and that's it. But this idea of like having to report it and confess, my suggestion is get rid of that. It's private. It's like, I don't go tell Margie when I blow my nose. I don't tell Margie when I burp. And what I do regarding that stuff, Margie doesn't want to hear it. She doesn't want to, she's not my police officer. And I'm in charge of my sexuality. Margie's in charge of hers. We have agreements about what that means in our marriage, which means we're faithful to each other in our case. And then all the other stuff is private. And I'm going to say, for those of you who are Orthodox believing Mormons, it means that this is almost like it's a non-issue.
Yes.
It's a non-issue because I have almost zero desire to do any of that stuff now because everything's so healthy. Now, that may be different for other couples, but I would just recommend to couples drop this idea of confessing and reporting and policing each other's sexuality.
And that does not mean that I live in denial. That does not mean I live in denial. It doesn't mean Margie lives in denial. It means that I am choosing what is going to affect me and how I'm going to be affected by it. And we have chosen through communication. We also communicate. Our communication has been like the best we've ever had. And with that, we were able to communicate. He doesn't come talk to me if he views. We might ask, might talk about it for a minute, but he doesn't come and say he has to confess. I'm no longer the police. I no longer have to wear that burden. And so I'm going to release it. And we have had a better life. It has not been easier. It has not been easy getting here, but it has been better than what we were 10 years ago when shit hit the fan. Because I think it was 2 weeks from now. No, it was this week when shit hit the fan 10 years ago. And so how therapeutic, how beautiful that we are here to try to change something and to share our story and be vulnerable.
And from the other side of it, when you decide to label them as a cheater on the same level of people who go out and, prostitute or another woman at work or something like that, to put it on the same level of that, it really kind of shuts down any sort of lines of communication, and it inevitably might end up leading to them doing that because you are just putting a wall between you and them of any sort of discussion that can happen, any sort of communication, any getting past this symptom that might exist down to a deeper rooted trauma of why they're even going to in the first place. Mm-hmm. I mean, it may be that, they wanted to do it, but it also could be like me in a very similar situation that they're dealing with some severe stress or trauma or, deep rooted things from their childhood that is their coping mechanism. And when you label them as such, it just shuts it down, just immediately pushes them away. And I don't want to say this, but you might as well just end it there if that's all you're going to see them as. When she started to separate me from the addict and see me as me and grow in love of me and realize that there's this other thing that just kind of happens with me that I'm struggling with and working on, then we had that line of communication opened and it grew to the point where we talked about.
I love it. Couple comments really quickly. Oil Stories writes, 2 adults in marriage are exactly that, 2 adults. It's amazing how many people think they should change or parent their partner. And Natasha Helfer Parker's talked about this, that it's not sexy for a marital relationship to be a parent-child relationship. It's not healthy. It's not good for romance. It's not good for anything. You don't want a teacher as a spouse. You don't want a boss as a spouse. You don't want a parent as a spouse. You want a lover as a spouse. What's that?
That's what I was. I was his mom for a while because that's what the church told him was that he had to come and confess to me. And I had to watch him and view his computer and lock the computer and, don't let him have any access. Like, I was the mother. It did not make it for a sexy relationship.
Yeah. Right. Yep. Knight Rider writes, so basically you stayed in your own lane and decided to be an adult and allow him to be an adult. And she's not being sarcastic. It's just basically, and someone else writes, by the way, that this is Moonman 55 writes, confessing, reporting, and policing is so fostered and reinforced by LDS church culture. So basically, we're all kind of victims in that we learn this from the church. And so we repeat it in our private relationships, right?
Mm-hmm.
Danny Wild writes, as soon as we dropped the whole confession thing, our relationship got so much better.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jonathan writes, this interview should be required viewing by every engaged couple. And I think that's totally true, because it'll make your marriages healthier and happier, and it'll save people just so much time and money and effort and energy and pain, let alone depression and anxiety and divorce, let alone the impact on all the kids that have parents that have such a volatile relationship and whose marriages often end unnecessarily. Like, and by the way, Dusty writes something important. He writes, and for the women, they're both victims. Women are victims too. And by the way, not only men masturbate, not only men look at porn, there are women who masturbate. There are women who look at porn. So all this stuff applies in reverse as well. This is not just a male problem, or this is not just a male dynamic. There are women with higher sex drives than men. There are women who have to find ways to get their needs met when they're not able to in certain situations. And so, we're talking about the male-female situation. In the past, we've had Mormon Stories listeners on where it was the female with the higher sex drive, or it was the female with the masturbation or the porn use. And this is something that knows no gender, so to speak.
Well, that was a surprise of mine. I went to non-church groups, just the SA and the SAA, and I was surprised at how many women were there, because I thought this was predominantly a male issue, and it goes both ways. I mean, we both have it in us that we want to have sex, and any gender can develop that as a coping mechanism. So it's not just a plight of the men.
Yeah. And I did want to say, I forgot one thing. When we were pregnant, when I was pregnant with our third child, we found out that he was a boy, and our first two were girls. And I can't tell you how hard I cried, because all I could think about now, when we were pregnant, this was in the church's 12-step program stuff. And when I found out I was having a boy, I was like, great. Now I'm gonna have an addict, and is he gonna go rape somebody, and is he gonna be terrible to women and cheat on his girlfriend, cheat on his wife? Like, I had all these terrible, nasty things that don't have to happen. And I remember crying to my friends, because I couldn't really cry to him, because I didn't want my son to turn out into an addict and abuse women. But that doesn't have to happen. If we can communicate and talk with our kids and have an open dialogue, communication is the one thing that we just both agree on is life-saving. And if we can just talk to our kids and not shame them and not make them feel like they're terrible beings, that so with our kids, we're changing that. We are going on a different path. We are going to have a different relationship than what our parents had with us. And it's going to be different. And I'm hoping that will just keep on spreading.
You're basically saying the cycle stops here, right?
It does. Yes. And I left the church 4 years ago, and with that, have been able to look at my husband differently, look at other people differently, view God differently, and to not hold all these high standards that are so unattainable. And, he was still a member at that time. And that's part of our story too, is just working through that. And,
yeah.
Well, then he has eventually left too. And with that, he said that even, you can go ahead with the shame once you were able to leave.
Yeah. So once she left, I mean, she tried to have the talks with me, and we just gotten, we had communication where we wouldn't like really fight about it, but we had some very heated discussions about the church, and I was very just dug in, even though I knew life outside of the church. But it had just shame built around it that if I leave, then it'll be even harsher of a punishment. So I just wanted to kind of exist in the background, even though as she left and I stopped feeling shame coming from her, then the only shame I really felt coming from was the church. And a lot of people on Mormon Stories talk about how they found this and they found that, and they were so shocked about the history. I didn't really grow up learning about the history or really, committing to this person or that person. I thought Hinckley was a pretty cool guy from, when I would occasionally listen, on the broadcasts and stuff like that. But my family wasn't super religious, so I didn't really get as deeply invested into it until my mission. But the reason that I ended up leaving was because I didn't feel Christ. It's supposed to be the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And yet all I felt like it was the Church of Latter-day Saints. I didn't feel like Christ was there. I felt nothing but shame and just a facade. So I didn't feel like I belonged anymore. And that was my next step, is to remove the shame coming from the church. And then we did that. It was about October when I really started contemplating leaving of last year. So it's been almost a year.
Yeah.
And then we submitted to quit Mormon back in March. And then I'm still going through the process of shaming myself. And there's still such a deep rooted thing from all those years of I'm not worthy. My hands are unclean. I'm lesser than that person, that I'm still working through on my own. But slowly but surely, I'm removing the things that have kept me in such an oppressive bubble of shame where I couldn't see how much better life could be. To where, I mean, as she mentioned, we're not living like these. I don't see them as high standards. I see them as impossible standards. we're enjoying life. There was so many hours I wasted on doing ridiculous callings that were just meant to keep me busy. And I'm knocking doors and visiting people that clearly didn't want to talk to me. On my mission and at home, when we go visit inactive people as part of a weird program that my stake started. But I'm no longer part of that cycle of shame. And I feel like I'm living life. Mm-hmm. I'm not living a checklist that I'm never going to be able to check all the boxes off.
Now, some might be able to stay in the church and be just fine. That's fine if you can do that. Just remove the shame. The shame is what we have to get rid of. The shame and the guilt and the fear. All of that needs to be removed, and really removed. Not just talked about like how God loves everybody and we're all his children and we'll all blah, blah, blah. Like, no, you need to still remove it and not just gloss over it. So removing the shame. It's been a hard work, but we've done that, and it's a non-issue anymore. And I feel bad saying that making it sound easy. It wasn't easy, but here we are, and it's possible. It's possible if you put in the work, then you can get there.
Amen. Amen. So powerful. So I think this whole, your stories, Donna and Nik, are going to be healing to so many people. And I think we're going to save some families. We're going to save some marriages, and we're going to prevent a lot of people from a lot of unnecessary pain and suffering. And so
that was my hope with all of this.
So are there any final recommendations or suggestions or just feelings or thoughts that either of you want to share as we kind of, as we finish up?
I talked earlier about the letters that I had to write, and it was brought up in a therapy group that I'm going to about journaling and going through the transition of leaving the church and how to manage that. And I remembered those letters. They were way down the bottom of my dresser drawer, and And so I looked through, and boy, was I angry, and I was very sad. And I just hugged myself, and I just loved myself for what I went through back then. And then I've accepted it. And I realized that now at this point, I have appreciated it. And I haven't told my therapist yet about that experience, but I am shocked that one day I would appreciate it. And I did, because it has made our marriage stronger. It was hard to get here, but it has made our marriage stronger. I also learned to think for myself instead of always being told what to do, how to act, how to behave, how to consequence, how I should treat Nik. And so by doing that, it has led me to this more fulfilling life. And so in the end, like I joke with him, but I'm like, I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for the hard times that we had, because it has made something beautiful. We have this beautiful diamond now from all the pressures that we went through and the hard work that we did. And we didn't give up, and we just kept going. So I just have to finish the appreciation letter.
I love it. That's so beautiful. You wouldn't think, it's so counterintuitive. It shouldn't be that you have to lose your faith, leave the church to improve your marriage and to get healthy individually and as a couple. Someday it won't be that way. I'm sure it's not that way for everybody, but for as long as the church continues to teach toxic messages about sexuality and shame, as long as the church continues to drive wedges between couples, it's going to drive more and more people out, such that the only way they're going to find health and healing and happiness is by losing their faith and leaving the church. Yeah. And it's sad that it has to be that way, but that is the way it is right now. And until the church changes, I know it's going to continue.
Yeah.
And to just kind of talk to anybody out there who is still active, is semi-active, is decided to leave, whatever it is, and they relate with me on a similar issue. If you haven't yet sought out a therapy for this, find one. Because that was one of the most pivotal things for this, is to help deal with the trauma. It gave me not only a line of communication to someone who was willing to work through the trauma with me, but the tools and some techniques in order to deal with it. There's a lot of really interesting things that I never would have thought on my own. There's two chair, there's emotional releases and stuff like that really just helped me dig deep and pull out the thing that was really just that thorn that was festering for years. And not only that, but on a personal therapy and couple therapy helped us to learn how to talk to each other where we're not going to fight every single time. Again, there's tools and techniques. We learned about the drama triangle and things like that. A therapist will be able to teach you out, and you can Google. But we learned when we're getting into this weird triangle, this perpetuating cycle of drama and talking to each other, that we were able to remove ourselves from that and actually have grounded conversations that weren't getting to such an emotional level, that we could just talk and get past any emotion or backseated trauma related to it, and do the work to build that part of us. Mm-hmm. And to be able to express our needs, our wants, our desires, our frustrations, and all the things that were really the root of all of this. And that has been the thing that has caused healing to move past this thing that the church shames and doesn't do anything about. Mm-hmm. So that's just my advice. Find a therapist and work with them, and it will get better. It will be hard work, but it will get better. Mm-hmm.
Well, Nik and Donna, you guys are as far as I'm concerned, you guys are modern day heroes. You're modern day saviors. You're going to save so many people from so much pain, and you're going to save so many children from having to see their parents go through so much pain, and you're going to save many families from having to get separated or divorced because of your vulnerability and your courage. Let's just face it, it's not easy to go on the public internet and talk about porn and shame and masturbation and regrets and marital strife and all the things that you guys have talked about today. So I love you guys. I'm so grateful for you guys. Your stories are not only inspirational and courageous, but they're healing. And on behalf of all our listeners, I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you for being so courageous and kind and compassionate and vulnerable and strong, frankly.
Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity, John. Things only start getting better when we talk about them.
Yes. Communication is key.
Amen. All right. Well, we love you guys. Thank you, Nik and Dawna Berry. I can't thank you guys enough. Love you guys. Thanks to all our listeners today that participated, shared their thoughts and feelings. Please continue sharing on Facebook or on YouTube. Your thoughts these comments can live forever. So everyone, please feel free. I did share a couple links. If you go to the Gift of the Mormon Faith Crisis podcast, there are episodes. It's at mormonfaithcrisis.com. There are episodes on masturbation and pornography. There's episodes on how to parent your children after losing your faith. There's episodes on just healthy sexuality, how to talk to your kids about sex. There's great episodes there. I put all the links in YouTube and in Facebook, but go to mormonfaithcrisis.com and you'll find lots of good episodes from me, Natasha Elfer Parker, who's a licensed sex therapist, and from Margie. Feel free to reach out to Natasha Elfer Parker. She's a great marriage and family therapist and a sex therapist. Margie and I do coaching as well. We're super busy, but we'll find you the support that you need if we can't support you. So do find a good therapist.
Yes.
Stay away from the church's 12-step program. Stay away from any therapist that brings religion into the therapist room, and find a good professional, and you guys will do great.
Yes.
And stay away from the church's 12-step programs to find healing.
Especially the 90-day program.
Yes.
Especially the 90-day program. All right, Nik and Dawna, I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks to all our listeners. And if you like this programming, please go to mormonstories.org, click on the donate button, become a monthly donor, 10, 50, $100 a month, whatever you can afford. Your donations in the U.S. are tax deductible, and your support will make it so we can continue this programming, and we will for as long as you value it. So please donate and support us if you can. All right, everybody, take care. See you guys.